All right, we're live. Welcome, Johnny Smith.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good, good.
Good.
You're a, you're a big fan of the Jimmy Martin School of Bluegrass and J.D. Crowe and Tony Rice. And
Hmm.
today the today or tonight's episode is going to be a little different. My regular streaming buddy Seth Rhinehart is missing in action. No, he's on vacation somewhere in an um, undisclosed location on the North Carolina coast. That's all I'm gonna say. So, what I thought we'd do is we'll dig out something out of my uh, live connections or collection, and I thought we could do some a little special here featuring Tony and JD. What they call the 0044 album, or the 44 0044 record here. Uh, this is the ori- original recording. You can see JD's hand there, making a little gesture. And of course, they never thought that that was going to be published, but that was so. It's a second edition or release of this album looked more like this. Dang on it. This is hard to figure out. We can see here JD with more of a regular hand posture. But anyway, this this 0044 band is really one of the most important bands in the history of bluegrass music. And how did how, before we start playing anything, how did you get interested in Tony Rice and his music?
So I think it was 2016.
Hmm.
I was up in Virginia at a family reunion, and
Uh-huh.
I didn't, I know like a little bit of bluegrass, but I did like a lot of old country covers of stuff and things like that. And then
Okay.
my cousin's husband, um, he plays banjo and guitar and bass and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
he asked me to go with them to Galax, Virginia. They said I'd love it, so I went down there and I got all um, saw the Lonesome River Band down there. Saw a bunch of people down there. It was really cool. And
Right. Just jamming,
he
I'm.
should. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
ja- great jam sessions.
That's some of
Two,
the best
3 o'clock
jams
till
ever.
3 a.m.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Galax jams were powerful.
Oh yeah,
Or
and
all right. Of course, this year is not happening. But anyway, uh, what we're going to play is a live show from a place called Partners 2 in Centerville, Virginia. And it was recorded on the 24th day of January 1975. The lineup is J.D. Crowe on the banjo, Tony Rice guitar, Ricky Skaggs mandolin, Jerry Douglas dobro, and the late great Bobby Sloan on the bass. So this set is going to start out with an instrumental, and let's just play a few numbers, and then we can talk about it a little bit. What do you think?
yeah, sounds
Uh,
good to me.
okay, so here we go. And if anybody out there listening, if there's a problem with the sound, just let us know on the Facebook or YouTube stream. Okay, so here we go. Volume up.
Okay, which part of this one called Salt Creek? Thank you. And this is another one we just recorded. This is a couple Flat Scruggs numbers some old day. I've been working out in the rain, tied to a dirty old ball and chain. Lord, your mother, I'll come home some old day. Some sweet days I'll turn me loose from this dirty old calaboose. Lord, your mother, I'll come home some old day. Some old day, you wait for me and pray. Lordy, mother, I'll come home some old day. Some sweet days I'll turn me loose from this dirty old calaboose. Lordy, mother, I'll come home some old day. Oh, dear mother, I've heard you so, and I've been cruel to you, I know. Oh, dear mother, I'll come home some old day. Tell my brother, my sister, and dad, they're the best friends that I've had. Oh, dear mother, I'll come home some old day. Some old day, you wait for me and pray. Oh, dear mother, I'll come home some old day. Some sweet day that turned me loose from this dirty old calaboose. Oh, dear mother, I'll come home some old day. Okay.
Pretty powerful.
Mighty fine. Mighty fine.
Yeah. We'll do one or two more songs and then we'll talk a little bit.
Okay, Ricky broke a string on the mandolin, so yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's already got it out. Okay. We're gonna do Sally Goodman, and then we're gonna sing one while he puts a mandolin string on.
Yeah, it's a time of night we all look forward to. Here uh, yes, I'll sing this out to Sally. Good. Over Bonnie's.
Well, that's some mighty fine music there. Started with an instrumental, Salt Creek, that Tony recorded on his King Bluegrass album, KB
Yep.
512 maybe. I can't remember the number, but anyway, on his first album, I got a copy here. Somebody gave me some really cool albums that I had lost. Here is of course Tony's first solo album, and that's where he recorded uh, Salt Creek. And this album had his brother Larry on the mandolin. He was later replaced by.
What was that, like 1 or 70 or something like that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What year was that? Like 70,
Oh,
71,
that, that,
72,
that was,
something like
no, this is probably 74, 73,
74.
74. Yeah, I should know better. But and this album was also released on the Japanese Red Clay Records. And the sound, the mix was a lot better on it. But anyway, the other two numbers, Some Old Day and Sally Good, and they both appeared on the Rounder 0044. Uh, so what did you think of the vocals on Some Old Day? Isn't that pretty?
Tony-
The what?
Oh yeah, that was mighty fine with Gags on tenor
Yeah.
and uh, JD on baritone and
Mhm.
Tony on lead.
Yes, it was quite
That was
good.
some good stuff.
Yeah,
Ricky, he could sing his tail off back in the day.
he could.
He could hit
Play.
that high tenor.
Oh yeah, but he's quite a good fiddle player. I haven't heard Ricky play
Hmm.
fiddle lately, but that's pretty good. And classic. Sally Gooden, very similar to the way they recorded it. So next up are two Monroe tunes, and then we're going to listen to a little bit of "You Are What I Am" and "Nashville Skyline Rag." Do you remember who wrote "Nashville Skyline Rag"?
I believe.
It, it's
I feel
if
like
you
I
think
do.
if you think it's a banjo player, it's not the right answer.
Huh.
It was actually
I,
written by.
I, I,
Go ahead.
um, hmm. No, you go ahead.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, really? I didn't know that. I
No.
thought I figured it like a banjo player. Honestly, I didn't know that though.
Yeah. we're getting some profound words here from Dan Anderson. We're going to say the ceiling fan is like a whirly cat. You can never go wrong with Tony. Dan is a dear friend and very observant, analytical kind of guy. Here is somebody saying, "Are we
Do we have?
jamming or what?" That's Woody Stevenson, of course. Glad,
Oh yeah.
glad Wood is joining us tonight, and Tony Rook. Yes, hope hopefully we'll see each other again. Tony won't be no IBMA this year, but anyway, I'm gonna continue with some of these numbers. So first, a couple of Monroes. Of course, Molly and Ten Brooks is one that Tony recorded on the first Bluegrass Album Band record in '81, before it came out in '81. So here we go. Sorry about that. Well, there's some kind of low energy moments here, tuning, and of course, that's very important when you perform the bluegrass for the people.
Okay, we'll try one that we usually do with Ricky. I'll let him lay back this time. No Monroe number. I'm just used to be to you. Now you don't love me anymore, my darling. I'm just used to be to you. Those cold, cold kisses that you gave a little darling has proven to me you found somebody new. Well, tomorrow will be another lonesome day, and I know you want me far away. Hey, you don't love me anymore, my darling. I'm just used to be to you. Now you don't love me anymore, my darling. I'm just used to be to you. Those cold, cold kisses that you gave, little darling, has proved to me you found somebody new. Well, tomorrow will be another lonesome day, and I know you want me far away. Hey, you don't love me anymore, my darling. I'm just used to be to you. Ricky's going to do one with his golden voice. Molly and Ten Brooks. Oh, run, oh, Molly, run, oh, Molly, run. Them strong to beat you to the bright shining sun, to the bright shining sun, oh Lord, to the bright shining sun. Thank you very much. Ten Brooks was a big bay horse, rode out shaggy mane. He run all around Memphis, he beat the Memphis train. Beat the Memphis train, oh Lord, he beat the Memphis train. Then Brooks said to Molly, what makes your hair so red? Running in the hot sun with fever in my head. Fever in my head, oh Lord, fever in my head. Then Brooks said to Molly, you're looking mighty squirm. Then Brooks said to Molly, I'm leaving this old world. Leaving this old world, oh Lord, leaving this old world. Out in California, we're running a mess, you please. Come back to work, Kentucky, got beat with all these. Beat with all these, oh Lord, got beat with all these. The women's all a laughing, she was all up crying. Men's all a hollering, old Tim Brooks a fine. Old Tim Brooks a fine, oh Lord, old Tim Brooks a fine. Copper, copper, you're not a riding right. Molly's beating on tin drugs, clear out the side. Clear out the side, oh Lord, clear out the side. Copper, 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 my son. Give old Tin Brooks the bridle and let old Tin Brooks run. Let old Tin Brooks run, oh Lord, let him run, son. Go and get your tin drops and hit your men the shade. They're gonna bury old Molly in a coffin ready made. Coffin ready made, oh Lord, coffin ready made. Who's there? Who's there, Holder?
This is another one we recorded. It's called You Are What I Am.
You may come stand still. Do it now and you always will. You take me as I am. You make me feel like a brand new man. Every time I fall down, I never get stuck. You got the combination, go to get me right back up. You are what I am. Loving you forever if I can. Think about the times we had, we'd never been blue. You got the combination, girl, to keep me straight and true. You are what I am. Loving you forever if I can. I know two or three, just me and you. Oh, you are what I am. I'm loving you forever if I can. Half the time that I fall down, I never get stuck. You got the combination, you gotta get me right back up. You are what I am. I'm loving you forever if I can. Thank you. Little inside joke there. I've got a 14 gauge and a 6 gauge on some bass. Okay, Bob Dylan wrote an instrumental about 4 or 5 years ago. We'd like to play it for you. Some call it Nice to Skyline Rag.
Well, that is a number by Bob Dylan, and I was told that he went to some music camp or banjo camp, and one of the requirements there was to write an instrumental uh, before you could leave the place, and that's what he came up with. So pretty pretty popular tune. You still hear it even today. Um, let's see, we had also, let me see here, used to be, and of course Monroe and Molly and Tan Brooks. They recorded on the Bluegrass Album Band Volume 1. You Are What I Am, that tune was written by Gordon Lightfoot, and Tony is a big fan and friend of Lightfoot. He's recorded many of his songs, and thanks to Tony and Pam Rice, we got to me and David and Karen Tate got to meet Gordon Lightfoot a few years ago when he was playing live in Durham, North Carolina. So that was a short but precious moment there. And he was asking about. He actually was asking if Tony was still smoking. When I said yes, he kind of shook his head. But anyway, let's see. So next we have a couple of tunes. Um, we live in two different worlds. Of course, that's an old Hank Williams song, and it's been recorded by many bluegrass artists. I think Earl Taylor did a fine version of it, but Benny Martin on the fiddle. That was on the old album, Bluegrass Tailor Made, I guess. Seems like that's the record. Um, so it looks like we lost our friend Johnny, but I'm going to continue here with We Live in Two Different Worlds, and then we're going to do Home Sweet Home Revisited and Old Home Place. They're both from the Rounder 0044 album as well. So let me find that.
Oh, two different worlds. Here's what I'm going to do that for you. Because we live in two different worlds.
Everyone here tried to warn me that you were playing a game. I told them all we were meant for each other. I thought our worlds were the same. We live in two different worlds, dear. That's why we're so far apart. You built the world out of mountains and broken. I built the world in my heart. If you stay over in your world, half of my heart it would cry. But someday, my darling, when your heart may be wondering, won't you come over in mine? We live in two different worlds, dear. That's why we're so far apart. You built the world out of mountains and broken. I built the world in my heart. We live in two different worlds, dear.
Thank you so much. Okay, we've been singing all day, and if we still got enough power to sing this, we'll do it. We'll make a stab at it anyway. We call it Home Sweet Home Revisited. The old hometown is sure in trouble. It looks like it must have doubled in sin inside since I've been gone. Papers all full of killing, and 2 million people willing to die for something they had never known. The city streets of drunks and junk and stone, a heaven made of hell they call their home. Now it's gone like the life of a child when it turns its back on your mind. Tomorrow has no home, sweet home. Look what they've done to mine. It just faded into time. Grandfather's watch he gave me is just another memory that I've kept the way it always was. And ever since he died, it just won't run. I always knew I was his favorite one. Now it's gone like the life of a child when it turns its back on your mind. Tomorrow has no home, sweet home. Look what they've done to mine. It just faded into time. That old house we used to live in, the roof is falling in like every other one along the block. It took 20 years to pay and 10 to ride. Dad says it's all just better off forgot. Now it's gone like the life of a child when it turns its back on your mind. Tomorrow has no home, sweet home. Look what they've done to mine. It just faded into time. Look at this. Here's another one called The Old Home Place. It's been 10 long years since I left my home in the holler where I was born, where the cool fall nights make wood smoke rise and the fox
his horn. I fell in love with a girl from the town. I thought that she would be true. I ran away to Charlottesville and worked in a sawmill too. What have you done to the old home place? Why did they tear it down? And why did I leave the plow in the field and look for a job in the town? Well, the girl ran off with somebody else. The terrorists took all my pain. And here I stand where the old home stood before they took it away. Now the geese fly south and the cold wind moans as I stand here and hang my head. I've lost my love, I've lost my home, and now I wish that I was dead. What have they done to the old home place? Why did they tear it down? And why did I leave the plow in the field and look for a job in the town? What have they done to the old home place? Why did they tear it down? And why did I leave the plow in the field and look for a job in the town? Thank you very much. Here's another features Ricky on the main one. Yeah, just play rhythm. It's called Stony Creek.
on your show the best you can.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to answer.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause that. Well, I think that you might want to turn off that something is playing on Facebook, I believe, or YouTube.
I have to turn something off.
Yeah, just go ahead and get out of whatever is playing if it's okay. Well, there we went. Dan will be, so anyway. This is my guest, DJ of Raleigh, Dan Anderson, who is a dear friend. We've been friends for many years, and he's a He's a retired school teacher and a longtime follower of bluegrass music, and just one of the best people out there you can find. Uh, I see Pam Rice is on here. Hey Pam, it's nice to know you're on here. Tell Tony we said hello. And while we're doing this, uh, I might as well go ahead and tell you that Steve Dilling, the banjo player that probably is no stranger to anybody in bluegrass music, he just called me this early this evening and told me that his dad, Don Dilling, is really sick and he would really appreciate your thoughts and prayers. So if you are the praying kind, please go ahead and pray for the whole Dilling family. Don and Linda Dilling have been long time uh, parts, profiles, I would say, at bluegrass festivals for a very long time. Uh, Linda did the backstage hospitality for numerous bluegrass festivals, uh, like Bass Mountain and Denton and Bluegrass First Class, and we our heart and our prayers go out for those fine people. Um, Dan Anderson, I just talked a little bit about you. How you doing tonight?
I'm
I'm
okay, but
okay.
which Dylan are you talking about?
What?
Which Dylan were you talking
Don.
about?
Don, Steve's dad.
Something happened. I missed that. You
Oh,
see.
okay. Yeah, they he had some bad news from the doctor. It's
Oh
I
man.
don't know if I should say what it is, but
Well, don't say. I'm
yeah,
gonna tell you about Don Dillon and his wife Linda are wonderful people.
yeah. You remember
They,
we had a good visit with him after I played with Kenny Baker and Josh Graves somewhere down east in Sampson County. Do you remember?
yeah, and I've talked to them every time I went to a show. It seemed like they were
Yeah.
always out there promoting. John was so friendly, Linda so gracious.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't know if Hughes on tonight, but Linda knew Andy Griffith through a lady, and we were talking about getting Andy up there at Hughes OMS Records at Carolina Theater,
Mm-hmm.
and have the Dillons on that night with Andy Griffith. I thought that'd been a great show.
No kidding. No
Yeah,
kidding.
this is. I've never done this on the internet, so I may mess up really bad.
You're just a voice of reason and sanity as always, Dan. So we've been listening to some mighty good music here. It's J.D. Crowe and the New South from 1975, and I guess you've been listening because you've been
Yeah,
writing a lot of
yeah,
very thoughtful comments here. Um, we just heard.
the old home place.
Well, yeah, we actually also played Stony Creek, the Jesse
Mm.
McReynolds number. That,
That's when I knocked myself off this thing.
yeah, yeah, it was also on one of Tony's albums. The one I got it right here somewhere. Uh, the one with the Hawaiian shirt, that
Yep.
0088, I think it is.
Yeah, I've got that one. I've got that famous pose of Tony's on there.
This is the album I'm talking about.
Let me see it again, Jan. Hold it still.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think I have. I thought the '88 was the one where Tony had his hand in his pocket.
Well, I
Yeah, I
might
see it.
I might have spoken too soon.
They had a group pose, I thought. Well, I think they removed that album cover or something. I've got it, though.
0085. I stand corrected
Oh, okay.
humbly.
Yeah, that's okay, man.
Humility is good.
Did you see his wife's online?
Yeah, Pam is online here, and checking in. So is Grail and my old student Gray. Good to see you on here, Gray. He's a fantastic musician. Uh, so uh, you have some memories of J.D. Crowe, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Did you see them at Camp Springs back in the day?
Like 71 or 70. I guess it was that year. I was there that year. That's the first time I saw the Seldom Scene, too.
Okay, and Tony was there
Hmm.
with both the Bluegrass Alliance, and then he joined Crow that weekend, I believe.
If I remember right,
Yeah.
Tony had a Mustang, and he came riding up on that Mustang, jumped out of the car, started playing out there in the trees, with the other people. And he was like, I thought, my gosh, she's like a gunslinger.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so hot.
Rock star.
Yeah, he really had it. Jack Lawrence was up there that time.
Okay, yeah, Jack is another fine musician that we'd like to get on this show one of these days. He probably most famous for playing with Doc Watson, but of course he's a great guitar player in his own right.
Oh, man, he loves the music.
Yeah.
And I have an album with him on it. He was like 15 or 16. The guy from Charlotte, he played Reuben's Train.
Hmm.
This was way back in 70 or before. And
Yeah.
Jack would really push it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frank
So
Greathouse and him would do Jensine Sullivan as good as anybody.
yeah. So now you and Jack were roommates, wasn't that? Isn't that right?
He was a little contribution to the arts I made. He lived with me. He was around the Jack
Yeah.
Lawrence. I called him the Jack of Lawrence, like I was giving a little nobility.
Yeah.
When he was living with me, I don't want to make a show about Jack, but he
No.
went to work. He actually got a job doing sheet metal. He went and came back. He said, I could cut my finger off. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Well, that's probably good. Good idea.
I lived in a log cabin, John, and Jack was worried about his guitar. And it was so cold. It was like 7 degrees or something. He
Mhm.
went and got his guitar, and he was only worried about his guitar. He
Yeah.
loved that guitar of his, I'll tell you.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't get too far into. But what did he play? Do you remember what kind of guitar he was playing at the time?
It was a D18, I think.
Okay.
His dad got him. He loved his dad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a fine musician he is. So, but when you saw Tony play with these two bands, you must have been pretty surprised. There was really nobody around that
Did that?
played anything like that.
No, I was in live. You just
Oh man.
seeing is believing, and you would just want the whole crowd to shut up and let me see what he's doing up there. It was so over my head. Mm.
But I can remember first time I heard him. That was that first album on King Bluegrass. and I was kind of shocked. I mean, really, that's all I can say. It was like, wow.
You know, Jimmy Martin was a big personality, had a lot of spirit. But when you watch Tony Rice play, he played with precision. He played so exact. It was I never saw him make a mistake, but he played perfect.
Yeah. Well, and also he always carries himself so well. It's
Mm.
he wouldn't be he'd be the opposite, I guess, on stage from Jimmy Martin.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Very low key and well spoken. And so anyway, let me go ahead and play a few more cuts here, and let's see. We got "Take This Hammer." Well, that's an old folky. Do you remember that song, Dan? Take this hammer.
No, you don't have 10 degrees and colder down by Boulder Dam that day, do you?
Uh,
I don't know the real name of it.
10 degrees.
It's 10 degrees getting colder down by Boulder Dam that day. Tony sings the snot out of it.
Oh, I know it. No. No, it's not on this playlist, unfortunately.
That's okay. Well, play something you want to play. I'm not there.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and just. Uh, I think "Take This Hammer" is like a Lester Flat uh, imitation, if I remember it correctly. And then we got "My Walking Shoes." That's Jimmy Martin.
Hmm.
And "Nashville Blues." And City. Well, yeah, okay. We'll play a few, and then we'll talk a little more. Dan, it's good to see you on here.
Thank you.
Okay, here's Ricky with another local number. Take his hammer. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Tell him I'm gone. Tell him I'm gone. If he asks you, was I running? If he asks you, was I running? If he asks you, was I running? Tell him I was flying. Tell him I was flying. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Tell him I'm gone. Tell him I'm gone. I don't want you pulling shackles to hurt my legs, to hurt my legs. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Take this hammer, carry to the captain. Tell him I'm gone. Tell him I'm gone.
playing Rawhide, and
This is for Bill Holden. I think I want to hear this banjo player for country. William. It's called Blackjack.
Don't burn this now.
Thank you very much. We're going to take another break, and they're going to bring the other band back on. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
That's a hot tune.
Yes, it's great, and that's a good time to take a break. And I'm going to change the music a little bit. That was in '75, and then, as you remember, Tony recorded like a bluegrass album on Rounder, and of course that was turned out to be a very influential album, and that was with a group of guys that with well, Bobby Hicks,
Ricky.
no, not Ricky, but it was like Noel Lawson and J.D. Crowe and Todd Phillips.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, they're and Bobby Hicks wasn't really. He was back in Greensboro after having been in Vegas for all these years, so he
Right.
didn't, and he hadn't kept up with the bluegrass much, so he didn't really. Well, he didn't know who Tony was or Doyle or any of these people. So, sorry. So he had no idea who they were, and when he came to selecting the fiddle player for that session for the bluegrass album, they got him, and wow, what a combination of musician that was. That's
Bobby Hicks knows what bluegrass music is.
he wrote it, man.
Yeah, he just got it.
I mean, I just shared a video clip the other night from a live performance, in '83 with Bobby playing it with these guys, what became known as the Bluegrass Album Band.
Oh yeah.
That was coined by Milton Harkey.
Oh,
Yeah,
good for him.
yeah. Well, he put on a tour with that this group, like an 11-day tour in 1983, and they couldn't list everybody's name. They would look like a huge law firm or something.
Yeah, it was.
So so
I didn't know Milton came up with that. That was great.
yeah,
Great name.
yeah.
Because they're a defining group. They're a defining group.
I mean, they came to record like 6 volumes.
I got them all, yeah. Unless I gave them to you.
Well, somebody gave me a bunch of nice LPs here the other day. Um, I'll show you some after a while. But anyway, if you go to the Bluegrass Album Band is for my generation at least, and for many younger people as well, is sort of the bar or the standard. That's it's so good. And for me, but well, I don't want to digress too much, but just you know, having Hicks as a teenage idol and then developing this long time friendship with him and having played with him on stage, gosh, you hear those fills from the album band recordings and you're standing next to him on stage, man. That's pretty powerful.
Oh, yeah. And you met Gordon Lightfoot. You're name dropping there, Jan. You've met a lot.
Well,
what's the boy from Sweden to do,
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's not a good Lutheran thing to do to brag. So I just keep my mouth shut.
And plus, you lived in Japan, and they're just very modest too, humble.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But anyway, so here is a live show from this group of people that became known as I said, the Bluegrass Album Band, and I'm multitasking here a little bit and not very successfully. So let me just. Why don't you tell me?
I'll tell you something about Don Dillon
or Bobby Hicks. You know Bobby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bobby's got magic in him. I'll tell you. I don't mean just on the fiddle either. When you're with him personally, I was amazed how his effect on people who didn't even know who he was.
Oh yeah.
And I'm talking about women. He's hypnoptizing. Yeah. And I want to say something about Don Dillon since I found out he's in ill health. Mm-hmm. Don would tell stories that just spellbound. We sit over at his camper. He'd talk about going to meet J.D. Crowe at airport, and Steve was just a little boy. And the influence J.D. had on it was, and Don could tell it with such emotion. I still see it right now. And Linda, you just love her. She's so gracious, sort of like Hugh Moore's wife. She just wins you over right off.
Yeah. And Linda, I've known her, the whole family since 1986.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna pray for him. Put him on our prayer list.
Say it again, please.
I'm gonna pray for her, the whole family, and Don. Put him on the prayer list. Talk about Bobby Hicks. I hope he's doing well.
Yep, I talked to him. It's been a couple of weeks, I guess. He hadn't been he's just stuck up there in his house.
Well, that's me too. Look at me. I didn't even have a beard a week ago.
Yeah. I was gonna praise you. Your facial hair is quite impressive.
Hey, we went through Greensboro taking the grandkid up to Liz in Asheville, and we went through Greensboro, and I showed Barbara. Bobby Hicks drove my expedition for the first time in the rain.
Yeah.
And he flew. I was scared to death. I was saying, slow down. Were you with me? Weren't you?
Yeah.
I was saying, slow down. You're not used to this truck. It didn't faze him. He said, you remember, he said, when Monroe was running late, he said, let Hicks drive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I ran off the road there going to his house one time.
Oh, no. Him in the car?
No.
Oh.
I was following him up the hill there.
Oh, you can't keep up with him.
Well, and he yeah, he just flew up that road, and of course I was scared to death, just
Yeah,
flatland, and just kept way far to the right because on my left side there was just the abyss. I mean,
yeah,
and before I knew it, that big old Lincoln Town car slid into the ditch.
yeah. I remember your big one. Yeah,
So so Hicks returned after a while, and uh, and he said, "Well, what the hell are you up to or something?" He can sound a little uh,
I, I
rough.
think Hicks could have been a race car driver. I've thought about this. I
But
think he could have been. Yeah,
yeah, but
he had
he
discipline.
said his first comment was really, "Well, you're in good company." That's where Tony Race ran off the road too.
You're kidding. And
Yeah,
Tony's probably driving his Mustang.
yeah, the Cobra. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tony always rode well.
Oh, you better believe it. You better believe it. So anyway, this bluegrass album band, it was very influential, and the band, as far as I know, this is the first time they ever performed as a group together. So, and that was in San Francisco at the Great American Music Hall on let's see, the 25th of October, 1981. So I remember hearing that album for the first time uh, in probably June or July of '81. It just had come out, and man, that was something else. But the guitar break on Blue Ridge Cabin Home, well,
Well, it showed you what pros they are. They
oh,
didn't have to practice a lot to play tight. They could play tight.
and they, there's yeah, there everything live. There's no
Oh,
overdubbing or anything. So
yeah. It's a real show.
let's go back to 1981 and listen to a few cuts here from the Great American Music Hall and the Bluegrass Album Band.
There's a burning path on this old mountainside where I wandered when I was a lad. There I wandered alone to the place I call home in those blue ridge hills far away. Oh, I love those hills of Virginia. From those blue ridge hills I did roam. When I die, won't you bury me on the mountain far away to my blue ridge mountain home? I'm back to the round chapel shack in those blue ridge hills far away. There my mother and dad are laid there to rest. They're sleeping in peace together there. Oh, I love those hills of Virginia. From those blue ridge hills I did roam. When I die, won't you bury me on the mountain far away to my blue ridge mountain home? I return to that old mountain home with a sigh. I've been longing for days gone by. When I die, won't you bury me on this old mountainside? Make my resting place upon the hill so high. Oh, I love those hills of Virginia. chills on the throne. When I die, won't you bury me on the mountain, far away to my blues mountain home. Oh, I love those hills of Virginia, from those blue ridge hills I've been from. When I die, won't you bury me on the mountain, far away to my blue ridge mountain home. Honey, you don't know my mind, I'm lonesome all the time. Born to lose a drifter, that's me. You can travel for so long and then remember his heart goes wrong. Maybe you don't know my mind today. I've been a hobo and a tramp, my soul is done to stand. Lord, the things I know I've learned the hard way. I'm not here to judge a queen, just to give my poor heart ease. Maybe you don't know my mind today. Honey, you don't know my mind, I'm lonesome all the time. Want to travel fast on this tough road, you see. I'm not here to judge or plead, but just to give my poor heart ease. Maybe you don't know my mind today. Honey, you don't know my mind, I'm lonesome all the time. Born to lose a drifter, that's me. When I find that I can't win, well, I'll be checking out again. Baby, you don't know my mind today.
Dan, we'll do another, one more, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you. I was just about wearing my rhythm arm out over here. I'm not used to this, I'll tell you. We just finished up an album being recorded. Yeah, again. Yeah, right. Why quit now? We decided to try to put a show together, and this might be the only show that this band does for a while. In fact, I'm sure it will be. I mean, unless y'all just yell like hell, then we might see if we can get it happening again here soon. Yeah, baby. Yeah, let me briefly introduce everybody. On the fiddle over here is certainly a man. It's no newcomer to bluegrass music, Bobby Hicks. On the bass, definitely a good musician, that's for sure, Todd Phillips. On the mandolin, veteran of several types of bluegrass music. Gentleman I certainly enjoy working with, Doyle Lawson. On the five-string banjo, a gentleman largely responsible for giving me some of the talent abilities that I have. He's a hell of a musician anyway, J.D. Crow.
What you do? Bring your family with you today? And last but certainly not least, one of the greatest guitar players in the world, Mr. Tony Rice.
Darling, you often said you loved me, but you've gone on before. You don't know, dear, how I miss you. But we can't be darlings anymore. Darling, I'm sad and lonely since you've gone on before. For down here on this lonely earth, dear, we can't be darlings anymore.
till we meet up there in heaven, and we can walk the golden shore. For down here on this lonely earth, dear, we can't be darlings anymore. Darling, I'm sad and lonely since you've gone on before. For down here on this lonely earth, dear, we can't be darlings anymore. I have lost a million tears, dear, since you left this world alone. But we can never again be darling till we meet around the throne. Darling, I'm sad and lonely since you've gone on before. For down here on this lonely earth, dear, we can't be darlings anymore.
Thank you.
Paper.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, it seems like nobody was really elected to be the LC, so I'll talk to y'all for a while. It's really good to be. This is my first time ever performing in San Francisco. I've worked everywhere else. Played Alcatraz yesterday. Not really. But, boy, it's a really beautiful room. The fella sure could put a whole lot of tobacco in this room. Yeah. Of course, I was raised on a farm in Tennessee, you know, and just can't, you can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy, they always say. What I'm doing right now is killing time. That's, we're, really? Okay. Sorry. Okay, that last song we did was one from our first hit album together. And it's called We Can't Be Darlings, recorded originally by Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs and the Foggy Mountaineer Boys. And we're going to do one right now that JD recorded about 100 years ago with Jimmy Martin. Sorry, I blew up. I had the pleasure of doing time with Jimmy myself once. Great musician, but a crazy guy.
I might mention for the people that didn't hear the radio show the other day, Roy Lawson actually started his professional career with Jimmy Martin playing five-string banjo, and if I'm not mistaken, was because his brother-in-law was the mandolin player. Right?
Yeah, Jimmy's brother-in-law.
Yeah.
That's the only way I could get a job. Played string bean style. Here's a song called The Ocean of Diamonds. I got the intro, right?
Some people drink champagne out under the stars, while others drink wine leaning over a bar. But all that I need here to make me feel fine is to know that your love will forever be mine. I give an ocean of diamonds, a world filled with flowers, to hold you closely for just a few hours. Hear you whisper softly that you love me too. Would change all the dark clouds to the bluest of blue. Well, I don't drink their champagne, and I don't drink their wine. So if you refuse me, my poor heart will cry. I'll be so lonely till the day that I die. And as long as I live there, you can still hear me cry. I'd give an ocean of diamonds, a world filled with flowers, to hold you closely for just a few hours. Hear you whisper softly that you love me too. Would change all the dark clouds to the bluest of blue.
I'm just going to take a short break there. This is so good. I mean that break on Ocean of Diamond that Hicks did. I mean, I don't mean to be so Hicks centered, but that was just so beautiful. Everything is this is the elevated art form of bluegrass right here, and we got our friend Mike Cleveland coming on here after a minute. He's gonna contribute to and talk about Bobby Hicks, and it'd be interesting to hear Mike's. I think Mike Cleveland knows every fiddle break that's ever been recorded in bluegrass music.
He
So
certainly came on and ID'd what you were playing as soon as
yeah,
he came on.
I know it. He's an avid collector and of live shows. You know, we used to talk about. You know, do you have Monroe, Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware, 1975, and stuff like that? It becomes a well, a kind of a nerdy thing, but you know, I've always enjoyed finding these old bluegrass shows. Uh, let's. So if you look at the material here, Dan, that's flat and if we start with the Blue Ridge Mountain Home, of course, Flat and Scruggs,
Yeah.
and then Jimmy Martin, You Don't Know My Mind, Shucking the Corn, another Scruggs tune. We Can't Be Darlings Anymore. That's Flat and Earl Scruggs, Ocean of Diamonds, Jimmy Martin. So it's pretty much first generation bluegrass, and man, uh, this is from their first live show, and I'm just can't hear enough of this band. So why don't we just continue and listen to a few more numbers, and then we'll get Mike Cleveland on and hear what he has to say. You okay with that, boss?
Yeah, that's fine. I will say on You Don't Know My Mind, that crescendo, the
Oh,
ending of that song is so
oh,
nice.
yeah, yeah.
I love it. You remember how it just falls
And
apart. Yeah,
oh,
so nice.
Tony's guitar break is just insane. You know, it's just
He's got tone too, he's got
pro,
it all.
pro. Everybody's playing with such authority.
Yeah.
I mean, just wow. I'm glad I've gotten to see these guys perform live.
John, as you say that, let me say this. One of my favorite cartoons is cavemen are standing in the cave. They're looking at the handprints and the rudimentary buffalo with the spear sticking in it on the caveman walls, you know. And
Mhm.
one of them says the other, aren't we lucky to live at the height of civilization cultures? You know, but we are lucky. We have recordings, all this is preserved.
Yeah,
We're very lucky to live in the day we live in. And now we're home, cloistered away, and we're able to sit here and listen to music, any music we want.
right. And
We are lucky.
we can reach people in all over the world,
Yes.
and it's just great. It's a Music is a wonderful force, to bring people together.
Universal language.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. So so we're gonna go on here and play. Well, there's gonna be a little bit of talk here, I guess. I don't want to fast forward, so it'd be a little banter on stage, I guess, but we'll put up with that. Here we go.
Thank you, neighbors. Thank you. Oh, I'm having a great time. I'm nervous as hell. That's why I play so fast. But I gotta hurry up and get through this show before the pill wears off, you know. Gotta hurry up, my beer's getting hot. All right, darling. Oh, I'll tell you. I wish we weren't leaving so early. Here's a song we want to feature Bobby on. In my notion, Bobby is the greatest bluegrass fiddler in the world. Really, and of course, I hope everybody knows that I've got a group on the side when I'm not working with these guys called Quicksilver, and Bobby does most of the recording when he's available. Of course, he's with Rick Skaggs right now, and I'm trying to figure out some way to get him fired so he can become more available for me. But he says no good, no good. Here's a tune that he wrote on the way up here. It's called Cheyenne. One, two, one, two, three, four. Just when I needed you, nothing went away. You made my life so good both night and day. You left me here behind with the trouble worried mind. So broken hearted too, just when I needed you. I cried, I cried, I prayed, I tried to forget you and never call your name. What a shame, what a shame. You're the one that was to blame. You're the one that proved untrue just when I needed you.
love you still, and dear always will. Although you proved untrue just when I needed you. I've cried, I've cried, I've prayed, I've tried to forget you and never call your name. What a shame, what a shame. You're the one that was to blame. You're the one that proved untrue just when I needed you. I've cried, I've cried, I've prayed, I've tried to forget you and never call your name. What a shame, what a shame. You're the one that was to blame. You're the one that proved untrue just when I needed you. Oh, you said that you loved me, that your heart would be true. But now you've gone and left me, I'm so blue. I believe in you, darling, that your heart would be true. But now you've gone and left me, I'm so blue. Our vows have been broken, you have proven untrue. Another has my sweetheart and the love that I was new. I believe in you, darling, that your heart would be true. But now you've gone and left me, I'm so blue. Oh, the nights are so lonely, dreams of you haunt me so. What's happened, little darling, I don't know. I believe in you, darling, that your heart would be true. But now you're gone and left me, I'm so blue. My vows have been broken, you have proven untrue. Another has my sweetheart and the love that I was due. I believe in you, darling, that your heart will be true. But now you're gone and left me, I'm so blue. But now you're gone and left me, I'm so blue.
Well, welcome, Mike Cleveland. How you doing, my man?
Doing good, man. What you up to?
Well, we're gonna play some. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to what we've done, but started out
Haven't.
sort of a Tony Rice special, I guess. But it's it has so much Hicks in it, so and so
Yeah,
much
right.
oil and gosh, you know. Uh, so we're talking about Hicks, and you're well familiar with that great American music hall, of course.
Man, I remember when I got that show.
Yeah.
There was because other than the stuff that you posted recently, it's really hard to find a live show
Hmm.
that is the complete album band.
I know it. I know it.
And man, I was through the roof when I finally found
Oh,
somebody.
yeah.
Somebody had played it for me. I think we were at a festival with Jason Burleson with Blue Highway, and he
Uh-huh.
had it.
Okay.
and he played me a couple tunes, and it's like, and I was big into tape trading at that time, and I
Hmm.
heard that, man, I was like, God, I gotta find that. And so I uh, looked around on some of these trading sites
Right.
that I was on, like Tree and
Yep. Yep.
there are a few others, and found somebody that had it, and man, I wore that thing out.
It and the sound quality is really really good for a live
Oh
recording.
yeah, yeah, it's like a board. Uh, yeah, there's some feedback in places, like at the beginning of a set or
Hmm.
whatever. But man, like it had to be soundboard.
You remember when you ever heard that first bluegrass album band or album, Tony's Bluegrass Album Band? You remember
Yeah,
the album?
when I first heard the album, I think I was in high school. It's kind of one of those things that I always heard. I heard
Mhm.
on the radio or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't think we got the albums. When I say we, my dad and I.
Hmm. Hmm.
Uh, I remember, I remember my dad bought, I think, Volume One,
Yeah.
and we had it on cassette,
Hmm.
and uh, we wore it out, man. It just stayed in his truck tape player for God, until we went back to Ernest Tubb Records Shop, because that's how it used to be, man, and I kind of missed a little bit of that. Man, if you wanted to find something, man, you had to really seek it out,
I know. I remember.
and so it's kind of a blessing and a curse, everything's available.
Yes.
But man, yeah, we found volume one, and then it just kind of went from there. And I, as far as what I thought about fiddle, it just changed the whole, it just new possibilities
Yeah.
and things to work on. Like
Yeah. I
I
mean, I
was,
think, and I'm sure you agree, Bobby just took the fiddle to a new level when he
oh
started
yeah,
Trip. The steel guitar based stuff and the
yeah. Well, and a lot of that stuff, not all of it, but a big chunk of that, like, was influenced by Dale Potter,
oh
as you know. And not a lot of people these days really know who Dale Potter was, but
yeah.
you go listen to, it's kind of, Dale Potter was one of these guys that uh, he played on a lot of sessions.
Right.
He was a great swing country player. He did some albums that had like fiddle tunes and stuff.
Right.
But to me, that's not, for whatever reason, that's not the stuff that he really shines on, for
Right.
for whatever reason.
Well, it's like the Tommy Jackson Square Dance albums. They're great, but they're not very exciting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but if you want to learn how to play the tunes,
Yeah,
you couldn't
exactly.
couldn't go you couldn't get any better than that.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think I heard Hicks first, and then I figured out later on, I heard Potter, and I was like, man, you can really tell that's where he got a lot of this.
Yeah, but then also listening to steel guitars, and
Yeah.
that he really changed the sound of the bluegrass fiddle for sure.
Well, like that ascending and descending
Hey,
double stop
yeah,
things, you're right. I always heard that as a steel guitar
yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah. So uh, I always tell people Mike Cleveland's knows all the fiddle breaks recorded in bluegrass history.
Not all of them, but
I'm sure,
some
sure,
of them.
yeah, yeah, just a few. But you must have learned from recordings first, and then you eventually met Bobby.
Yeah, I met. I think the first time I met Bobby was in Lexington, and they were playing the Horse Park. And it was one of the best shows I've ever seen. Like, it was right when Skaggs came back to bluegrass.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
it was Brian Sutton and Mark Pruitt and Paul
Oh,
Brewster,
yeah.
and they actually just posted, somebody posted the full show on YouTube. I think you can find it. I don't know if it's video, but there's definitely audio of the whole show, and I just found it like a couple days ago, and
Yeah.
it was like, that was a really cool find. But yeah, I met him there, and then we jammed at IBMA like not too long after that.
You guys are so obnoxious. Oh, well, they're having a tea party in the house.
I was wondering what was going on over there.
Sorry about that. That's my wild daughters, and,
All right.
and granddaughters. So, but anyway, they got a lot of energy. I'm sorry about that.
Oh man.
So, yeah, go ahead, Mike. You were in the middle of something.
Oh no, I was just saying, that I met him there, and then we had a room one year at IBMA when it was in Louisville. Even though it was close to the house, I mean, we'd get a
Yeah.
room and stay all week.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if somebody told him, about me, or that I was in the room, or whatever.
Mhm.
But he came in this room, and me and my buddy Brian Allen, who's also blind, we were sitting around, and a few other people, and this guy, he comes in the room and he's like, "What's your name?" And I said, "My name's Michael Cleveland." And he said, "Are you a fiddle player?" I said, "Yeah, I play some, And he said, "Are you a good fiddle player?" I said, "Well, I don't know about that." He said, "Well, do you think you are?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I have some days where I do. And he let me go on for a while before I even figured out who it was. And then he stayed, like, he hung out in the room and jammed. I think we played for like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. Man, he loves to jam.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, but yeah, he'll just ask you pretty point. Don't ask for Bobby's opinion if you,
If you don't want to know, yeah.
you know. Yeah. Well, what a great fiddler he is. Let's listen to a couple more numbers
Yeah.
here. See, we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna.
It's like a train.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
It was long ago in the moonlight. We were sitting on the banks of the stream. When you whispered so sweetly, I love you, as the waters murmured a tune. Oh, they tell me your love's like a flower in the springtime blossoms so fair. In the fall when it withers away, dear, and they tell me that's the way of your love. I remember the night in the dark. We were talking of days so by. When you told me you always loved me, that for me your love had never died. Oh, they tell me your love's like a flower in the springtime blossoms so fair. In the fall when it withers away, dear, and they tell me that's the way of your love. It was spring when we whispered these words, dear. The flowers were all blooming so fair. But today, as the snow falls around us, I can see that your love is not there. Oh, they tell me your love's like a flower in the springtime blossoms so fair. In the fall when it withers away, dear, and they tell me that's the way of your love. Oh, they tell me your love's like a flower in the springtime blossoms so fair. In the fall when it withers away, dear, and they tell me that's the way of your love.
Oh, well, thank you. We appreciate everybody hanging around and being with us. Feel much better now. I went down, laid down, took a nap. Not really. Oh, we're going to do our best. You know, this is quite different from being in the studio, for sure. And, but any mistakes that we make tonight, blame it on JD. Y'all hang around, though. We don't want you to miss the finale of the show. We're going to do a medley of our hit after a while.
Our hit.
This song called "Gonna Settle Down."
Tonight I'm all alone, no place to call my own. Don't have no one to love me anymore. I'm gonna pack up my grip and take a long, long trip back to the one that I love so. Oh, won't you go back to my darling, back to the one I love so well. I know she'll be my wife and settle down for life, for she's the one that means the world to me. I can't forget the day your laughter went away. You told me I'd be sorry some old day. Well, I found it to be true, so I'm heading back to you. Sweetheart, I'm tired and want to settle down. Oh, won't you go back to my darling, back to the one I love so well. I know she'll be my wife and we'll settle down for life, for she's the one that means the world to me.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when I get back to her, my rambling days are o'er. We'll build a little cottage on the hill. We'll think of days gone by, sweetheart, just you and I, and never lived so happy evermore. Oh, won't you go back to my darling, back to the one I love so well. I know she'll be my wife and we'll settle down for life, for she's the one that means the world to me.
Let's do one more and then we'll talk a little bit.
Yeah.
That's some classic stuff there, boy.
God, man. Just tight.
If
Man.
and I come back to the fiddle, but man, I'll tell you, if that's not a
That's a
great
groove.
break, I mean, it just tears me up.
Oh, dude. Yeah, man.
Or the Bluegrass Boys. Or is that the Blue Monroe, the Billgrass Boys? Yeah, it is. It's called Sitting Alone in the Moonlight.
Sitting alone in the moonlight, thinking of the days gone by, wondering about my darling. I can still hear her say goodbye. For the moon grows pale as I sit here. Each little star seems to whisper and say, your sweetheart has found another, and now she's far, far away.
was liking that.
Sitting alone in the mud, thinking of the days gone by, wondering about my darling. I can still hear her say goodbye. Oh, the moon grows pale as I sit here. Each little star seems to whisper and say, your sweetheart has found another, and now she's far, far away.
Well,
Wow.
they let me get back the camera here. But yeah, that's some stout fiddling. You know that's no easy piece. I
No.
I asked Hicks for the finger. You know, da 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 da. That
Yeah.
you quite sure about the fingering, but he showed me, and I tell you what, it's he doesn't make it easy. I mean, that's
Yeah. And but yeah, and I'm sure it is, to him. But I mean, yeah, I've heard him say, it's all right there, it's all,
yeah,
within, reach or whatever.
yeah,
And I mean, it is, if you once you get into it and you start, messing around with it, it kind of makes sense. But man, I mean, just people, listening to. I mean, that's two fiddles,
you heard all the stuff we were talking about. You know, the ascending, descending lines and all that. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
And then the
all in
one
there.
before, the through that lead into the song before the I'm gonna settle down.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That I learned that, man, and
Yeah,
I learned that when I was like, well, during that time, in high school. I learned that thing and I wore it. I think I played that in every single song in the key of G. I could fit
yeah.
that in.
I
It's like,
recorded it somewhere, but it's too good to not play. You know.
well, yeah, man.
Yeah.
So let me
That,
ask you something.
yeah.
Like, and I've noticed this or have wondered this, and you probably know the reason for it. I've heard a few different things, but so on the stuff in B flat,
Hmm.
um, I'm thinking, man, for some of that stuff, he tuned up a half step and played in the key of A. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, if you, I didn't know. I had no idea. You know, I tried to play Blue Ridge Cabin Home and
Yeah,
with the B flat, and it was just not playable. Not the way I play at least. And then I saw a video from the Roanoke 1983
yeah,
show, and you, you can actually see Bobby uh, pick another fiddle up. You know, put his five string down and play another fiddle for that particular tune. So
You notice though, and so that's really interesting. You say he switched fiddles,
hmm
which I guess he would have had to,
well,
unless he was going to tune a half step up. But like you don't hear a big tone difference at
no,
all.
no, you're so right about that. I mean, and I mean, he could play in any key, of course. It's just he's probably practiced it in A, and then they decided
Yeah,
to do it in B flat, and you know, I mean, Bobby works his breaks out, and he can really execute them. Hey, Mike, let me introduce you to my friend here. He's also a guest, Dan Anderson. He's a longtime friend and follower of the bluegrass music.
Hey,
Uh,
Dan.
Yeah, DJ of Raleigh. You might know me on the Bluegrass L.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So here
Man, boy, that's been a while.
Yeah, it has.
Good Lord, that, that feels like a long time ago. So, well, talk about Mike a little bit, Dan. When did you become aware of Mike?
Ah, I don't. That's. Uh, I'd say I don't know 80, 90, about 90s in the 90s. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I saw him playing like he plays like thunder. He flies, and I can't remember. It was in a room to the side. He was playing. He was wearing somebody out.
he wears, he wears everybody out. but you remember he played in Raleigh with Dale Ann Bradley around the time your mom
Yeah.
and aunt were in that wreck.
Oh yeah, it's 2001. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was right. That must have been right after I left Rhonda and I went back and played with her for a few years there. But yeah,
Kim
that's
Gardner,
been a while.
Yeah.
Kim in the band too, maybe.
Yeah, Kim Gardner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still playing. I hear about him.
Oh, yeah. Still in Nashville, right?
Yeah, he's well, last time I heard he was still with Cordell,
Yeah.
you know.
Uh-huh.
But well, there was something I was going to ask, but oh, the I remember meeting you when you were with that uh, sort of kid band. Everybody now are grown up and are super musicians, but it was you and Josh Williams
Oh, yeah.
and
Right.
Chris Healy and
Yeah.
who, let's see what.
Cody Kilby.
Yeah, Cody. Yeah.
And then the bass player in that band for that thing at IDMA,
All
anyway,
right. Yeah.
was a guy named Brady Stockdale uh, who's actually was a guitar player friend of mine from here in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
And Pete Warnick put together that band,
Oh,
and he couldn't find a bass player. He's like, he wanted to, have kids around the same age.
sure.
There were no bass players, and so we were jamming. It's a local jam here at the house. It's like,
Mhm.
and somehow Brady got on the bass for like a couple songs, and so my dad, I think, told Pete Warnick about that. So Brady became bass player. The first show he ever played was on the stage of the
I,
awards show in Owensboro.
that's a pretty high pressure gig, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about, yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. So Chris Steele, he must. I remember he was in the workshop or ended up sitting in with mandolin workshop with Grisman and Sam
Oh,
Bush.
yeah.
You know, they say, "Oh, let Chris get up there," and they like, "Oh, sure, yeah, yeah." And when he played a couple of tunes, man, everybody's jaws just dropped. It was like, what is this? You
He
know?
was phenomenal even
Yeah,
then, man. He
yeah.
gave me a tape one time of like something that he did when he was 6.
Huh.
And
Oh,
I mean, at the age of 6, he was like he was better than your average. Just, I mean, he was impressive even then.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
God, I mean, but he learned from I think he
John,
was around California, and
yeah,
he got to hang
John
John
Moore.
Moore and all
His,
those people.
yeah, yes, indeed. Well, let's listen to a couple of more numbers here, if you all
Yeah.
mind. Let's see. We got yeah, more Jimmy Martin here, and well, let's just start this.
Thank you.
Oh, well, I guess we told her. Here's a here's a duet that Tony and I'll do for you, as opposed to a three-et. That was a three-et you heard a while ago. I don't explain them, I just tell them. Tony, we've never have tried to do this, have we? All right. It's called Hold What You Got. Hold what you got and I'm coming on, baby. Hold what you got and I don't mean, baby, been thinking about you. And I'm on my way. Don't sell the house, don't wreck the car. Stay there, honey, right where you are. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay. Well, in my mind, I can see it's a mighty good sign that I need you. That's why I can't wait to get back home. So squeeze yourself real good and tight, and I'll be home before daylight. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay. Hold what you got, I'm coming home, baby. Hold what you got, and I don't mean maybe been thinking about you, and I'm on my way. Don't sell the house, don't wreck the car. Stay there, honey, right where you are. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay.
Wow.
Well, when I get back, honey, I ain't leaving. I've been too lonely, done too much grieving. When I get back, honey, this time I'm gonna stay. Well, we won't fuss and we won't fight. This time things are gonna be alright. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay. Hold what you got, I'm coming home, baby. Hold what you got, and I don't mean baby, been thinking about you, and I'm on my way. Don't sell the house, don't wreck the car. Stay there, honey, right where you are. If you hold what you got, I'm coming
Yeah.
home to stay. Oh, what you got in the coming home, baby? Oh, what you got in the don't keep, baby, been thinking about you, and I'm on my way. Don't sell the house, don't wreck the car. Stay there, honey, right where you are. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay. Don't sell the house, don't wreck the car. Stay there, honey, right where you are. If you hold what you got, I'm coming home to stay.
Now that is powerful.
There's nobody. I would love to hear somebody play that. Like,
Oh man, man.
wow.
Well, I can see right now that y'all are flat getting off on Bobby's fiddle playing, and rightfully so. We feel
Oh
right now.
yeah, this is great.
He's
I
got
know.
a real beautiful fiddle tune. And you might say Bobby's the answer to this tune called Maiden's Prayer.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Flawless.
Yeah. That's wow. Well, there's really not much to say after that, you know.
Yeah, who the hell can beat that?
That's right.
I mean, it's live, and you go in, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm telling you, man, and Jan, you know this, that stuff is really, really hard to play.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's not like,
No.
yeah.
And play it clean, very clean.
Yes.
I mean, oh Lord, that's
Yeah, and it sounds like it's nothing. Like
right.
just effortless.
Yeah, yeah. I tell you, Doyle played some interesting mandolin there.
He did, man. Yeah.
He'll do it every now and then. You hear like let it all, you know.
Yeah, you'll hear some things that you like, some influences. It's like, yeah, I wonder where that came from.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, yeah.
He was inspired.
Yeah. Well, I'd say
He's a great player. He's not maybe no getting the recognition I think he should get, but he never misses it. I mean, he executes so cleanly and
yeah.
strong, you know.
He's
No,
been a
I wonder
fine
if
band leader too.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Was he playing the lore then, or was he playing one of those Paganonis? Or do you know?
I only know he played one in the mid '80s. You know,
Yeah.
around the time I came here from Sweden, you know, in '86, he he was playing at Paganoni, I believe. You, I played a couple of them. They are really outstanding. Have you tried them?
Yeah, I played one.
Mhm.
And I thought it was great.
Like a radius fretboard and all that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I only got to play it for a little bit, but yeah, it was a good sound of mandolin.
yeah, yeah. What What's the best mandolin you have ever played? You think?
Man, well, I got to. I don't know, man. I like. I got to play Sam's one time, and that was pretty awesome. Ronnie McCurry's Gilchrist. I really like how that him and Compton.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, like when I found mine, my Gilchrist that I play, it's like I thought it had this. I thought it was very similar to, kind of a cross between the tone that Ronnie has
Hmm.
and Compton. That kind of that dry, woody,
Oh yeah.
dark sounding.
Yeah. Well, yours is a Canon.
Yeah, it'll do it, man.
No kidding. No kidding. So, why don't we play a few more tunes here?
Yeah.
Just a little slow here, but okay, here we go.
Bobby Hicks. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Bobby, it's exactly the way I showed you how to do it, buddy. Except I play left hand. Well, it sounds like I play left hand.
Noah plays the fiddle, doesn't he?
I heard that. Yeah.
You carried away on a tune like that.
Have you heard him play though?
Here's a little bit newer bluegrass tune. It goes back to the mid-'60s. It's called One Tear. One tear will make a heartache, one tear will make a heartache. If the tear I've shed today is all I'll have to pay. One tear is all I cry for you. I thought I'd never live without the tender love we shared, but absence only showed my heart I never really cared. I'm glad that it's all over now. I'm glad that we are through. One tear is all I cried for you. One tear won't make a heartache. One tear won't make a heartbreak. If the tear I shed today is all I'll have to pay. One tear is all I cried for you. I'll live a happy life again, to have my dreams come true. My heart will bounce right back again, never think of you. And then when you come asking me to take you back again, one tear is all I cried for you. One tear won't make a heartache, one tear won't make a heartbreak. If the tear I shed today is all I'll have to pay. One tear is all I cried for you.
Yeah.
One tear won't make a heartache, one tear won't make a heartbreak. If the tear I shed today is all I'll have to pay. One tear is all I cried for you. Thank you.
Yeah, that mandolin can really cut.
Yeah, man. It's a cannon.
Yeah.
It's the first time I ever sang that song on stage, I believe. I'm not quite sure if I did then. What? Here's a term that I believe JD wrote this one. Indian Crow. We'll just wait. I tell him. Just say yeah. He said yeah. It's called "I'll Never Shed Another Tear."
I used to sit alone at night and worry, little darling. Oh, I thought you meant the world to me. But now things have changed and those days are gone forever. Oh, I'll never shed another tear. I'll never shed another tear. I don't care what happens. You have proved your love untrue to me. There's nothing you can do that will ever change my feelings. So I'll never shed another tear. With a broken heart, I'll never forget those vows we made together. Many times you told me not to care. But now things have changed and those days are gone forever. So I'll never shed another tear. I'll never shed another tear. Now I don't care what happens. You have proved your love untrue to me. There's nothing you can do that will ever change my feelings. So I'll never shed another tear. Now you should have told me, dear, that you were only fooling. Then I'd never learn to love your soul. And I wouldn't have all these heartaches, my darling, dreading the day I'd see you go. I'll never shed another tear, now I don't care what happens. You have proved your love untrue to me. There's nothing you can do that will ever change my feelings. So I'll never shed another tear. All right, bro? I'll never shed another tear. No, I don't care what happens. You have proved your love untrue to me. There's nothing you can do that would ever change my feelings. So I'll never shed another tear.
Oh, yeah.
Gospel. Milo Church. Y'all got a week? Yeah. Banjo. Hey, look, we don't really play together as a group. I don't know any of the songs. I know that one, but the other three guys are not here. Really, we for those of y'all that really want to hear something really bad, if we don't know it, we do apologize. But if you like us good enough to have us back, we'll try to know it by the time we get back. Well, I got out of that one, didn't I? Okay, this is from our second hit album. Yeah. It's called Don't This Road Look Rocky, Rocky. Bad tune, Wichita.
Darling, I have come to tell you, though it almost breaks my heart, but before the morning dawns, we'll be many miles apart. Don't this road look rough and rocky? Don't that sea look white and deep? Don't my baby look the sweetest when she's in my arms asleep? Can't you hear the night birds crying far across the deep blue sea? While of others you are thinking, won't you sometimes think of me? Don't this road look rough and rocky? Don't that sea look white and deep? Don't my baby look the sweetest when she's in my arms asleep? One more kiss before I leave you. One more kiss before we part. You have caused me lots of trouble, darling, you have broke my heart. Don't this road look rough and rocky? Don't that sea look white and deep? Don't my baby look the sweetest when she's in my arms asleep? Thank you.
In the key of A flat.
Yeah.
a silly game. I wish you could too. I wish I could too. Really, I worked with Crow 5.5 years and didn't want a damn thing off the banjo. I wish I could. Somebody asked me one time, said, "What did you play when you worked with JD?" I said, "Well, it depended on who didn't show up." About to run out of time. Actually, I did set in for Crow one time. He took sick and had to leave us. And I played banjo for about 3 days, about to kill me. Of course, I had Red Allen with this strong right hand, playing rhythm guitar. David, you know Red, don't you? David Grisman's here, by the way. Yeah. We're going. I don't want him to show me up. I really appreciate his music, but I'm afraid that it's above my head. You know, don't do anything to be natural. I don't think. We have had a ball. We're going to do one more song and close out this show. Well, if you want to hear a repeat, we might do that. It's awfully hard to do a 2-hour show when you only know 14 songs. Y'all have been a great audience, and I hope, I'll put a little plug in here, I hope sometime that Quicksilver can come out here and entertain y'all. Also, J.D. Crow and the New South, and Bobby Hicks with special guest. Ricky Skaggs might come out here one time, I don't know. Y'all have been a great audience, and on behalf of everybody, I truthfully say, Todd Phillips, can't forget Todd. Todd's always here. We'll close out the show with, you got a Wichita? Oh, there ain't nobody.
There is more.
Oh, there ain't nobody going to miss me when I'm gone.
Once I had a loving sweetheart I loved dearly. We planned the day that she would be my own. Some other man has stole my darling from me. Now there ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna mourn for me too long. Won't you write these words upon my headstone? There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. Once I had a little sweetheart, I loved him. But now they're in the land where angels dwell. They found eternal rest way up in heaven. There I'll find my reward, no one can tell. There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna mourn for me too long. Won't you write these words upon my headstone? There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. Bobby. You've been patient, kind, and true to me, old copper. You're the only one that's ever done me wrong. Come close to my life and your head, old copper. Now there ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna mourn for me too long. Once you write these words upon my headstone, there ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone. There ain't nobody gonna want me too long. Won't you write these words upon my headstone? There ain't nobody gonna miss me when I'm gone.
So we are. Let me get my camera back. So there's still 4 more songs on this set, but on this set. So uh, there's some good song. I can see the titles. There's some classics. So yeah,
I think Randy Glenn Rags on there somewhere, or no, it's a Rawhide.
and then we got Pain in My Heart. I'll just stay around. So we got some powerful numbers. So let's just go ahead and play those numbers, and then we can talk a little more. Dan, do you have anything you'd like to say or share with the people?
Well, I just like Todd Phillips got submission. You two fiddle players, you're going to focus on the fiddle.
I know.
Yeah.
Todd Phillips is a fine bass player.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it becomes a little fiddle centric here, but man, everybody.
That's good,
Tony's singing is just, and the Dole's tenor, and
Man, I was listening to one of those tunes. Maybe I'll never shed another tear. Like Crow.
Yeah.
Crow did that. I guess hammer on, pull off, kind of thing. But I mean, it's a pretty typical banjo thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, whatever Crow did on the banjo, Rice. I mean, he would vary his G run to match. I mean, it was so perfect the way those two interacted.
Yeah.
Man.
All those shows at the Holiday Inn, they.
Yeah. 6 nights a week.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
Yeah. Those were tough nights, I mean, but that's how you get really rehearsed.
Yeah.
And Tony Rice's rhythm playing is so great.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
like
man.
he was saying, it fills up the music.
Yeah, I mean that's such a groove. Which one was it we were just listening to? I should. You see.
Ain't nobody gonna miss me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's such great groove,
Now you may have mentioned this, but I wanted to ask you about it because I heard on one of your videos you were talking to Tony about the first time you heard those guys like practicing together.
Yeah, that was at Owensboro when IBMA was in Owensboro.
Yeah.
Back in probably 86 or 7 or so. Yeah, but I've always just back then, I had only heard them on the records, and there was such a huge sound. And so I was sitting there at in this. We had a suite there, and they were practicing in our suite, and I tell you, they kicked the song off, and it was so. The touch was so light, I had imagined, they were just going to be bearing down real hard, but no, it was such a light. I mean, it was perfect, but I was just surprised at how soft they played.
That's amazing because you listen to it, man. I mean, and yeah, you're right, man. You just swear they're just mashing down on it, but
yeah,
really, like, and I was surprised. The first time I played any with JD, it's like, yeah, it's not that he's pulling the strings really hard. It's just it's pulling tone, man. That's all tone, you know.
And Tony the same with his rhythm guitar. It's
Yeah,
not overbearing ever. I've
but it
had a chance.
fills the whole thing up, though.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah. I mean, it's like I've had a chance to play with him a few times. One time was with uh, in a backstage jam with him and Rowan and Bryn Bright, Bryn
oh
Day,
wow,
and her then husband Billy. That,
yeah,
that and that was just having Tony's guitar like that. It was Rowan was playing mandolin and I was playing the mandola. We did some Grisman tune, I believe.
yeah.
Probably, Opus 38 or something. I can't. No, it was some Monroe like Southern Flavor or something like that.
Yeah.
But just
So
to have Bryn and Tony as a rhythm section, that's it's pretty powerful. You know all about that.
yeah, she's a great bass player
Yeah,
too.
for sure. Yeah. I don't know what is she. Well, nobody's playing anymore right now, so
Yeah.
yeah. So, but let's just listen to. Have you been doing much anything, recording some or?
Man, I've been recording a bunch. That's been great through all this, man. Just but we're
Yeah,
we're just kind of hanging out, waiting for all this to get
yeah,
over with, so we can get back out there.
yeah. So who is in your band now?
Uh, it's Josh Richards on guitar, Nathan Livers on the mandolin, Josiah Strode on the banjo, and Chris Douglas plays the bass.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of those guys have been there for a few years now.
Right. Right.
But
Yeah. Who
yeah,
who was in your first band? Do you remember? Like Flame Keepers.
the first band was Audie, Audie Blaylock,
Yeah.
Jesse Brock,
Yes. Yeah.
John Mark Batchelor, great banjo player from North Carolina,
Yeah.
and Barry Reed.
Oh, okay.
Barry Reed was playing bass.
Yeah. Well,
Plays
Jesse.
with Lonesome River Band now.
Okay. Yeah, Jesse got Mandolin Player of the Year, didn't he, last year?
Yeah, and nominated again this year.
Yeah. Well, he deserves it. He's been around forever. I remember meeting him
Yeah,
back in the early '90s when he was playing with Lynn Morris band.
yeah, man, that was a great band.
Yeah, with David Greer and
Yeah.
you know for sure. Well, let's just play a few here numbers if y'all bear
All
with me.
right, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, you go
Yeah,
ahead.
man. All right.
Thank you. I think we have one more tune here that we'd spatially like to do for you all. What are we doing this, Sam? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with this cable. I haven't had one in 5 years.
Paramount pick.
Yeah, you got. Oh, thank you.
Actually, I got this pick from Tony, and it doesn't know any band licks. It's all guitar licks. I'm having.
Oh, well, just send me a finger pick over here. Thank you.
Now you just told me that you're leaving on a special coming down. But I'll be looking for you, baby, and you may not be around. Or someday I know you won't be when your true love can't be found. Bill's brother. But if you don't do,
Oh, thank you.
I just think I'll stay around. Now you let me, I've always loved you, and I'll never let you down. So if you go here, I won't follow. I just think I'll stay around. For someday I know you won't be when your true love can't be found. But if you go here, I won't follow. I just think I'll stay around. Someday I'll hear a whistle blowing on a special coming down, and you'll be looking for me, baby, but I may not be around. For someday I know you want me when your true love can't be found. But if you go here, I won't follow. I just think I'll stay around.
Thank you all very much. You've had a wonderful evening. Good night.
The people just can't get enough of the bluegrass.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine being there?
Yeah.
Be like watching Flat Scruggs or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, we're gonna do two more songs here, so.
Yeah.
Speaking of Flat and Shrugs, didn't they do that one song that was I'll Never Shed Another Tear? Wasn't that Flat song?
Oh yeah.
And I heard somebody else, Doyle was just throwing out names, you know. I think he was trying to say JD wrote it, made him say yes. He didn't know what he was asking.
Yeah, right.
A trickster on stage.
Indeed.
You got to entertain the crowd. That's very hard. That the banter is hard. Playing the song, you practice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lester Flatt was a good one.
Yeah, he sure was.
You know, in bluegrass music, we're almost getting into ancestor worship because we do.
Yeah, of course.
And it's not that old, the music,
Not really.
but we have our heroes.
For sure.
Michael, did you hear my caveman cartoon I talked about?
Your what?
I did a talked about one of my favorite cartoons. Two cavemen are in the cave, look at hand drawings and little stick drawings, and one of them
Yeah.
says, "Are we lucky to live in the height of cultural, uh, achievement?"
Yeah.
And we are now.
Yeah, no kidding.
If it gets better than this, I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. I guess heaven will show us.
Okay, so here
What is it, y'all?
we got some more music coming right here. I'm looking at the wave forms here.
Mm. Well, y'all were both away. I was scared to death. It goes silent, and I'd have to say something like,
Oh, you
Mike went to the outhouse. You went to check to see if he fell in.
see,
Yeah.
went to see a man about a dog.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm.
Now when I first met you right from the start, you know that I love you from the pain in my heart. So look in my eyes and see that it's true, and say that you love me, please don't make me blue. With pain in my heart and blues on my mind, I always love you, but can you be mine? Can you be mine with another man's name? You know that I love you and I'm not to blame. I'll say that you love me and you will be mine. There's pain in my heart and blues on my mind. Please say that you love me and don't say goodbye. You know that I love you, for you I've done. With pain in my heart and blues on my mind, I always love you, but can you be mine? Can you be mine with another man's name? You know that I love you, and I'm not to blame. Now when I first met you right from the start, you know that I love you from the pain in my heart. So look in my eyes and see that it's true, and say that you love me, please don't make me blue. With pain in my heart and blues on my mind, I always love you, but can you be mine? Can you be mine with another man's name? You know that I love you and I'm not to blame. With pain in my heart You know that I love you and I'm not to blame.
Well, there's one more number left here.
Yeah.
There was
Rawhide, I
a
think.
song there, "Pain in My Heart." It was recorded by Flatt and Scruggs in 1950, and uh, Bobby Osborne and Larry Richardson from Virginia, I believe, wrote that number.
We refer to this as the national anthem of bluegrass.
They used to be the Orange Blossom Special, according to Vassar.
Yeah, right.
I think we're gonna hear mandolin. Mike, you said something. Yep, right.
I've heard this show a few times.
Yep, sounds like it.
That's my first time.
It's just fantastic.
What is the national anthem of bluegrass they're going to play?
Well, this is
Here
right.
it is.
Hmm.
Oh,
Let me stop this. It was a pretty pile driving ending there.
Yeah, no kidding.
So,
uh,
well, that's some of the best bluegrass you can hear, I think.
Yeah,
well,
that's for a live show. That's pretty tight, man.
Yeah.
yeah, they played hard. You know, bluegrass is a music. It's got an instrumental side. It's got a song, a lyric side, and also they take their hats off, set down the banjo, and they've got the gospel side. It's a unique music, and it's orchestrated. There's a right way and a wrong way to play it.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you say, Mike, about that?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, there's so much to it, like depending on who you listen to, or, there's so many different ways of playing it that
Yeah.
are all considered right. But,
Yeah.
it's like, who you listen to or who you learn from, or.
And how they bring in just a handful of instruments come together tight and play tight is key. I don't like I used to call old time music like a wagon come down the road with pots and pans, everybody playing everything.
Well, wait a minute now.
No, I'm talking
There
about
goes-
old time music.
There goes all the old time fans right
No,
there.
no, they can throw pots at me, but I never did like the bluegrass show to mix it. I always like one or the other, because
There's different types of music. One is entertainment music. One is dance music. I mean, it
Yeah.
really doesn't. But I love the old timey numbers.
hey, where would we be without it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying the distinct. Bill Monroe has the distinctive music he created. It's
Oh,
got
yeah.
a sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. Like the groove, like the way, like you listen to that, what we just heard, and there was no doubt about where the timing was, what the tempo was, and you didn't hear. I mean, they were all listening to each other.
Yeah, and one instrument blend thread right into the other as they play the
Yeah.
melody. Yeah.
And
It's
when
solid
somebody's
thing.
playing a solo, the rhythm just elevated the whole thing.
Exactly.
I get way off base now, but some people come into bluegrass from Earl Scruggs and they love the banjo, but if you come in through Bill Monroe, it's the fiddle.
Yeah.
It's the heart of the band is the fiddle.
Yeah.
The hardest instrument ever to play.
Yeah. And that's the thing, yeah. And Jimmy Martin's the same way. That like if you're a banjo player, that was the gig, Jimmy Martin for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, he had some great ones. Crow and Emerson and
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I really enjoyed that stuff with Alan Mundy a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Alan is something else. Gosh. And then you can talk about Byron Berlin and what a
Oh man.
fiddler he is. And
Yeah.
there is a lot of them.
Yeah. To hear all that is pretty exceptional. That live stuff from I think Bill Grant's festival.
Yeah.
That you were playing.
Yeah. Seth is on vacation this week, so so we we didn't have access to his tapes. But
yeah.
Hey, you did fine.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Michael, move to the right about 6 inches. I can see you better.
Okay. All right.
Just a little bit there. I think you're hiding out there. I see half of your face.
Oh, okay.
You was a one-eyed Jack there for a few minutes.
Well, could be worse, I guess.
I know it. Well, it was great having you on, y'all. That was a coup. Get me on was like desperate. I'm a spare tire.
No, you always have a lot of good things to say. So, well, should we stop here? I can always find some more music to listen to, for sure.
You know me, man. I listen to this thing again, thank you and Seth for doing this, because this is like.
Well, thank you, Mike. We're glad you tune in and listen, and you're always
every week
welcome to. You're always welcome to join us here, and because you really all the instruments extremely well. I mean,
It's funny though, man. Listening to this stuff, even like that show. Yeah, I've heard that show a bunch. But still, there are always little things that you don't hear. That you pick up on. So, wow, I never noticed that.
Yeah, yeah. Like speaking of Bill Monroe, what's some of your favorite Monroe live stuff?
Oh man. Well, I guess it depends on what time period.
Well, let's say in the with Baker era, like
Oh
70s.
man, I really like that. Well, him and Bob Black were so good together.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then when they had Butch in the band,
sure.
with from like 70. Well, Bob was
With
like
Ralph.
75, and they did that Wilmington, Delaware
Oh,
show. I'm
that's
sure
one
you've
of my
heard that.
favorites too. Yeah, that's one of my favorites too.
And I like that stuff from England you posted. I
Yeah,
had that on CD a while back, and I lost it.
yeah, it's
So it's
really pretty.
great to hear that.
Yeah, let's see if I can do. You want to listen to some of that stuff?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Dan, why don't you talk to Mike here and let me find that.
You gonna run something down?
Yeah, I got some Monroe live from the '70s. I thought of.
Yeah. Well, Mike. For a guy, I had a fiddle. I couldn't play it. I couldn't bow it. I couldn't do anything. I just dug my fingernails into the finish. But I
Join
just
the club.
not a musical talent. But to hear you two get going about, I never thought about Bobby Hicks having one fiddle tuned up different for a different tune. Never even thought about it. Bobby was smooth. I never saw him do it.
Yeah, and I mean, you never heard, like no two fiddles sound exactly alike, but the guy behind it, that's where, uh, like you like you really can't tell.
Well,
Like there's no big tone difference or anything, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
we used to always say the fiddler was the best musician in the band. That's just me talking. Back in the '70s, I'd listened to the New Deal String Band, and
Oh yeah,
the fiddler was always telling who was out of tune and getting everything right tune.
yeah, yeah, right.
And who was that guy? He was a pharmacist.
Yeah, it's
Fiddler Al Canlis, wasn't it?
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
The
Al
fine
said, "Go ahead."
blues fiddler from the. What he lives in Raleigh or Chapel Hill or somewhere.
Probably he was a pharmacist,
Yeah,
as he went on through school.
he retired, and I know he's been playing with Hank Bowman some.
Oh, Hank's a good guy.
Yep. We need to get him on here too and talk about some Peter Rowan stuff. Maybe
Oh,
he and Peter could come on.
Peter's something
That'd be
about too.
cool.
At one time, I thought he was heir apparent to Monroe.
Do what?
I thought Peter Rowan was going to be heir apparent to Monroe.
Yeah. Well, he loves him some Monroe, that's for sure.
Oh, he could sing.
You know,
He
one of
could.
the best albums I can think of is that Peter Rowan album that I think it was just called The First Whippoorwill, but it had Buddy Spiker and Richard Green on twin fiddles. Mike,
Yeah,
you remember that one?
yeah. Did you see that? I think they posted it on YouTube, but did you see the New Country show where they had like Bela playing banjo?
No, sir. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I think it's that same. It's like that same band, except for I forget, they might have had three fiddles, and then they had Sam, like the rest of that band, like it was on the album, but for whatever reason, Bill Keith was not on it, not on that New Country show. That was it was Bela. I remember it being good. I haven't heard it for a while,
And
but
Alan O'Brien sang tenor and played guitar.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did he play guitar too on that?
Maybe I can't remember. I know Pete did, but
Yeah.
it was Sam on mandolin and who played the bass on that album?
I'm not sure. Huh.
Oh, it maybe. Well, we can look it up. I'm going to try to find this show
Yeah.
here. So y'all,
Might have been Roy Husky. I don't
yeah,
know.
could be.
Would have been like the 80s.
Yeah, probably about 83 or something like that. 84.
Yeah.
Roy Husky was a good one.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
man. Did you ever get to play with him, Jan?
No, never.
No.
I'm sure you did.
No, never did.
Yeah.
Never got to play with him. Never got to play with Tony. Got to be around Tony a couple times, just like on the same festival or something like that, but never got to play any.
Well, I wish I wish that can happen for sure. Hope Tony
Yeah,
will
it'd be fun.
get out and play again.
How's he doing?
Well, here lately, it's been just staying around the house, avoiding contact, I guess, with
Yeah.
anybody. I, last time I talked to him was in February, and
Oh,
that was, I actually taped a little conversation there with Tony and put it up on YouTube.
That was a good interview.
yeah,
Well,
it was.
Yeah, Tony's a good one. He's interested.
right, yeah, he's very thoughtful and everything. Um, let's see here, Wilmington. Well, we can do the Wilmington. You've heard Mike? You've heard the stuff from Germany, I guess, on the.
Maybe that's what I was thinking about.
No, there's an album, on the
Oh yeah, far across the Bear
Bear
family
Family.
thing. Yeah, that's great stuff too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, far across the blue water. I think
Yes.
it's what they called it.
Yeah. Let's see here, Monroe. Live recordings. I'm sorry, this is so sluggish.
You know what I think would be a good segment for one of the shows is just the lead-ins to different songs. Like think back Adcock doing Matterhorn. That just knocked me down when he did
Yeah,
that.
right.
And then the way songs end, mark of a good bluegrass band is how it starts and how it ends.
Yep.
Yep. Let's see, 1970.
You're right about that. I like the first time I ever played any with Crow's band, I got to fill in a couple times. And that's the one thing that I noticed, that they not only did they, have their endings together, but you're right, the intros, they really accentuated those, and the endings were like a bomb going off. It was like, wow.
And they vary.
Yeah.
And then it some tunes you want to feature each instrument just a little bit. That's refreshing to the audience.
Oh yeah.
What is one of those songs? Each instrument leads in. It builds up as it leads in. I can't think of the tune.
Yeah, not sure.
It starts off pretty simple, and then all of a sudden the bass starts, and then everybody comes in. I can't think of the song now. Shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah. Okay, here's one from '74.
Oh yeah.
And it's got Randy Davis and Ralph Lewis on there,
Yeah.
and Bob Black. I'm gonna just drag it into my player here.
And where is this from? Do you know?
Osaka, Japan.
Oh yeah. All right.
So you have heard this one?
I've
You-
heard it. It's been a while.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna just.
I think they play Cotton Eye Joe on this one, and I had never heard him play it before.
Yeah, yeah. Monroe said we got a request for this gentleman to sing "Truck Driving Man."
Yeah, yeah.
This gentleman. All right, so let's
Yeah.
listen and see what this sounds like. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
This is one of the Lilly brothers talking.
Thank you, and howdy, friends and neighbors. I'd like to say that you're speaking in behalf of Bill Monroe and the Bluegrass Boys. Their tour of Japan, they have really enjoyed it so far. It's been most wonderful for them. So what do you say, let's all get together now once again and make welcome for the final show down in Osaka tonight. We'll be in Tokyo tomorrow night. This is the final show for Bill Monroe and the Bluegrass Boys in this area. But we will be in Tokyo tomorrow night, and then Bill Monroe and the boys and myself will be journeying back to the United States of America. But we're really pleased we're over here. Right now, we'd like to make welcome a man that has spent 35 years on the Grand Ole Opry down in Nashville, Tennessee, and played the shows throughout America and all over the country. Let's all make him welcome here for the second show in Osaka tonight. Bill Monroe and all of Bluegrass Boys in
Osaka.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. Cotton Eye Joe.
Say, my grandmother, did you know chicken in the bread bed scratch no glue? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Corn, strawberry, and shoestring, more play a little tune, go Cotton Eye Joe. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Say, my grandmother, did you know chicken in the bread bed scratch no glue? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Say, my grandmother, did you know chicken in the bread bed scratch no glue? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Tell you, Baker's fiddling mighty fine there.
He was on it, man.
We're glad to be with you folks here tonight. We're glad to see a lot of folks out for the show. And let me call the names off of everybody so you'll know them again. On this side, from the state of North Carolina, we have Ralph Lewis, and he deserves a hand here tonight. Let's make him welcome. What do you say? Give him a hand. And the next fellow line with the bass fiddle, he's from the state of North Carolina. His name is Randy Davis. Make Randy welcome. with the five-string banjo from the state of Iowa. A good banjo picker. He's going to really do some wonderful picking for you tonight.
Highway.
Yeah.
Give him a hand, please. And with the little fiddle from the state of Kentucky, the greatest fiddler in bluegrass music, Kenny Baker. Make him welcome here tonight.
The rock star, Candy Baker.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're ready to go to work for you, and we hope that you'll enjoy the show that we have. We're going to call on Ralph Lewis. We had a lot of requests for this number here for him to sing. It's entitled Dark Hollow.
I'd rather live in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine, and be here alone and know that you're gone in the darkness where you on my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry me farther on down the trail. I'm leaving today, I'm going away. I'm leaving and I ain't coming back. I'd rather live in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine, than to be here alone and know that you're gone and sit here with you on my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, and be gone on down the trail. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going and I ain't coming back. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry me on down the trail. I'm leaving today, I'm going away. I'm leaving and I ain't coming back.
Thank you, Ralph Lewis. That's fine. Doing that. Now we want to call on Bob, and he's picked out really an old-time banjo number for you called Dear Old Dixie.
solo number I want to sing for tonight. And we want to do this for Robert. He was the man that brought us over here to this country. And he requested this number here. It's entitled Out in the Cold World. Out in the cold world and far away from home, some mother's boy wandering on and on. No one to guide him or keep his footsteps right. Some mother's boy homeless tonight. I'll bring back to me my wandering boy. There is no other left to give me joy. Tell him his mother with pretty cheeks and hair. She's at your arms waiting there. Out in the hallway there sits a vacant chair and an old pair of shoes like what they used to wear. Empty the gray one and what loves so well. How did you let those time to tell? Oh, bring back to me my wandering boy. There is no other left to give me joy. Tell him his mother with pretty cheeks and hair. She's at your heart waiting there. Search till you find him and bring him back to me. Far, far away, if he may be. Tell him his mother with pretty cheeks and hair. She's at your home waiting there. Come bring back to me my wandering boy. There is no other that can give me joy. Tell him his mother with pretty cheeks and hair. She's at your home waiting there.
Oh, Bill was singing good.
I was gonna I was gonna ask you, Mike, what you're old enough to where you probably had some interaction with Monroe.
Yeah, a few times. I went to Bean Blossom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first time I can remember, we went once apparently when I was really little
Oh, okay.
with my grandparents, and then we went. I was about 9. I've been playing for a few years, and
Mm-hmm.
Bill would have the Sunset Jam at Bean Blossom.
That's right.
I think either maybe on Friday, Thursday or Friday. Must have been Friday because we went on the weekend.
Right.
And basically, that was any musician, anybody in the park who wanted to play with Bill Monroe,
Yeah.
who would do the Sunset Jam, and I was there, along with I don't know 100 other people. It's like,
Yeah.
and got to play some. I've got a video of it somewhere. Got to play, and Tater Tate was playing fiddle, and got to stand right by him, and that was really cool. And then I saw him a couple other times. Had played, got up on stage and like played a tune, a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah.
But man, if there was anybody I wish I could have played with, that's the guy.
Yeah.
So you must have played with him, right, or been around him?
I played off backstage one time with him at Dahlonega, Georgia, but that that was my first encounter with Monroe. It was, and we had stayed up all night jamming and
Yeah.
drinking large quantities of beer. It felt like at around 7:30, I go to bed. I had a little pop up tent,
Yeah.
and then within an hour, somebody was kind of knocking on the or making some noise outside and said, "Hey, get dressed. Monroe wants to see you." I said, I said, "Yeah, right." I thought that just somebody being mean, wanting to,
You're right.
disturb my sleep. So I was, yeah, after all that drinking, I wasn't feeling very well. And but this guy, he said, "No, seriously, seriously, go take a shower and then come backstage." So I was like scared
Yeah. I bet.
beyond, I couldn't believe it, and I had just arrived here from Sweden, so everything was new, and these people just existed on recordings,
Right.
on record covers, and so, and I was dressed with just probably shorts and t-shirt or something like that, and but tried to look somewhat respectable. So I got in that cold shower. You're familiar with how cold some
Oh
of those
God.
vegetable showers
That'll
can
wake.
be. They
That'll
were,
be a wake up call right there.
yeah. So, so me and my buddy Gary McAllister, he opened the door, and here are the Bluegrass Boys, dressed in their three-piece suits, and it was an intimidating experience, And Tater was on fiddle. Johnny Montgomery played bass, and then, well, if it was Dana Cup or if it was Blake, maybe
You say Baker was there?
no,
Oh, Baker was
Blake
not.
Williams on banjo, I believe,
Okay.
86, or it could be Dana. I can't remember. And let's see, Tom Ewing.
Oh, okay. So this
Yeah,
must have been like Jimmy Campbell or somebody playing fiddle.
no, Tater played the fiddle.
Oh, Tate or Tate.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So in Monroe, I guess they thought it was sort of a novelty that somebody from overseas was there. And he was,
Yeah.
Monroe was always interested in hearing from people from other countries and how they got into the bluegrass. And, but he just kind of said, "Do you know any of my numbers?" Yeah. Yeah. And then he called a few numbers, and, it was it was pretty intimidating, I have to say, And I hadn't prepared, I hadn't slept and was feeling bad.
Yeah.
Not the ideal. Not, but he was very, very friendly, and wished me good luck in this country. So,
So this was like really early in the morning before everything started.
oh yeah, that was so they were getting ready to. It must have been probably Sunday gospel
Oh yeah.
or something. I can't remember. We had picked, maybe we picked till 9 o'clock in the morning, and who
Yeah. Yeah.
knows?
Right.
We just stayed up, and the beer was flowing, and had a
Yeah.
big old time there. And so that was my first encounter with Monroe.
So
I
how long did you guys jam? Like
oh we just played. We just played a few numbers backstage. They were all dressed and ready to go.
still though, man, that had to be that had to be
It was
pretty
scary.
cool.
It was awesome, and I saw the Tony Rice unit at the same weekend. So that was,
Oh wow.
yeah, that was pretty. And that's before he had a fiddle player.
Right.
Before Ricky Simpson joined the band. That was
Man,
that was a pretty good weekend.
I'd
And
Yeah,
say.
Bill was generous.
yes,
Tell about the time you carried his mandolin.
yeah, that was in Branson, Missouri, and I was there with the band I played with at the time, New Vintage, and we were just kind of hanging backstage, and then Monroe walks up to me and he says, "Yeah, where are we?" And I said, "We're in Branson, Missouri." He said, "Okay, Mountain Hollow." He was asking. This is a festival that Milton Harkey did. I think only one year.
Oh,
So 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 he said, can you help me out to the stage?" So I grabbed he grabbed my arm. You know, I thought, man, he's in bad shape. He's not gonna be able to do much on stage. But I tell you, once he got out there, I led him out on the stage, which is I wish there was a picture of it or something. But and my band members were sitting at the record table, and they looked up, and here I was with them. That was kind of,
yeah.
yeah. But anyway, once he started the show, man, he played great. His vocal wasn't, it wasn't what it used to be, but his
Right.
playing was, and just that, that sort of steady tremolo that he
Yeah.
played. Yeah,
Those guys, man, and you hear that about about Bill and like Charlie Waller. I always heard that I mean they would have to. Somebody was telling me they would take a stool out there and somebody tune this guitar and bring it and it's just really in bad shape, and it's like, and you think, man, they're not going to be able to do anything,
I know.
and but
You know,
those guys, man, they just had it, like it's
yeah.
just
Let me tell you, I have a little story about Charlie Waller. So I did a gospel album years ago, and Charlie came to the studio. It was here in Raleigh, Tom Langdon's studio, and he drove down there from Gordonsville, Virginia, which is it's a pretty long drive.
yeah.
And Dan, were you with us?
Yeah, I was there, and his
Well,
wife was with me.
you're a much better storyteller than I am.
Well,
Why don't you tell you from your side? And
well, he was diabetic, and his health was failing him, and he was big concerned. He sat and talked to me a long time, and I was just wow. And
Yeah.
he was wondering. He was telling me about. I told my daughter I was going to give her my guitar, but now my son wants it. He wants to keep playing, and he was all torn about that. And he had given
Really.
his wife some jewelry. His wife really loved jewelry. She was from Japan, I believe,
yep,
and he was just a regular fella, and his wife was really trying to make him be good about what he ate and drank.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and he told me about it. He had a '50 Ford one time. He loved cars, and he
Yeah.
told me about the stroke he had. Wound up, he didn't know where he went. He just wound up somewhere lost.
Oh
And
God.
yeah, what year was that, Jan? I'd had my stroke at that time, and we compared notes.
probably
Oh
about
wow.
probably about 2004, maybe.
Yeah, and he liked that I'd had one in '93 and was doing okay. That gave him he needed some hope. Uh,
Yeah.
Well,
he had a lot of stories to tell.
oh my
I'm
God.
sure.
I mean, and
Uh, his,
well, I remember my first impression. He had been riding in that car for so long.
yeah, that was very giving of him.
Yes, and he got out of the car, and I just thinking, oh my gosh, what have I done? Because he looked really in terrible shape.
Well, his voice was strong.
Well,
He had such a good voice.
yeah, I mean, we got in there, and we had to. There was a Greg Corbett on banjo.
Yeah.
You remember Greg, of course.
Great player. Super
Yeah.
nice guy
Oh,
too.
yeah. You couldn't find a better guy. And Darren Aldridge. And
Yeah.
Mhm.
so anyway, so we had to help Charlie with the lyrics. He did that Nobody's Child. It's I think it's is it Willie Nelson who wrote it? No. Dan, do you know?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was thinking about how much pride he took in his guitar playing, because he felt like he was one of the great rhythm guitar players,
He
and
was.
I don't think he felt he got the recognition. And
Okay,
it was,
well,
he's at the end of his life, and he's still got some regrets, and he's trying to please too many people at one time.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I thought a lot of him having met him.
Well, I was sitting next to him, and then they kicked off the song, and Charlie started singing, and it was just I was sitting next to him, and I can feel his voice,
Oh, wow.
and it was just as big as any recording you've heard. It was one of those moments that it's
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. It's a good story. Good
Yeah,
man.
he's a fine fella for doing that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I had so many good people help out with that project. We never really did anything with it. It was supposed to be like a fundraiser for an orphanage where my kids came from over in Russia, but uh, it was never mastered very well. But Larry Sparks was on there, and James King and Russell Moore, and
You should re-release it.
yeah.
Have to be worked on, I guess.
Now, that one song that Charlie sang, that I'd like to. I talked to Darren and Aldridge about he and Brooks singing um, the harmony parts to it.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, because there is harmony vocals on there, but it's not. It's good, but it's too low. It sounds too
Yeah.
dreary. If you can pick it up with the two of them, I think it'll be awesome. And
Bet so.
yeah, yeah.
Well, Larry Sparks was mentioned. He's a fine gentleman.
Oh
Says
yeah,
grace at the table. I was impressed by him.
yeah. Mike, you probably played with Larry.
Yeah, a couple times, man.
I remember
I'll
that.
tell you my Larry Sparks story. I guess it doesn't concern Larry as much as it does the guys in the band, but we I played on a record of his, and then after that he said, well, I guess it might have been a little while after that, but he said, yeah, I'm playing the Opry, and wanted to see if you could play that, and then we're doing the Ernest Tubb record shop that night.
Wow.
And so I was like, yeah, that'd be great, So my dad brought me over there, and man, I can't remember. It seemed like we might have been at the Ryman, but my dad, we have ran the songs that he was gonna do, and we were getting ready to go out there, and we were standing backstage, and my dad was talking to the guys in the band. It's like, hey, can one of you guys, because I was gonna walk with somebody on the stage,
Right, right.
So he was like, so can one of you guys, when you guys are done, just let Mike walk with you off stage? And they're like, yeah, sure,
Mm-hmm.
And so we get out there, and we do the two songs, and at the end of the second song, during the applause, I back away from the microphone, and I'm standing there. I'm thinking, all right, where the hell are they? just standing there, and I mean, they're bringing on the next act. It's like Porter Wagner, like, and I'm there, and I'm like, man, I got to get the hell out of the way, before I get ran over by somebody or whatever. They're switching out mics and bringing, I don't know, guitars and drums and whatever else.
Yeah.
So finally, one of the stagehands comes up and is like, "They leave you out here?" Yeah.
Mm,
Like, come on, come with me.
yeah.
we got back there, and Dad had went out front to take pictures, and so that's why he had asked.
You were abandoned.
Oh, dude, yeah, we we got back there, and Scott, I think Scott Napier was playing. And he was like, "Yeah, sorry, man, we got nervous."
Yeah. Well,
Well, I got nervous too. God.
Well, you didn't. You could hear everything. You didn't know what was going on.
Oh yeah.
you don't leave your buddy there like a,
You should have just started playing that fiddle, man.
Yeah.
you were stolen the show from Porter.
In '65, they called him Little Stevie Wonder, and he was playing in Charlotte, and he wouldn't quit playing. And they took him off the stage, him bouncing and singing and everything. It's just like he stole the whole show.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, that was pretty funny though. And then like at Chubb's record shop, we were getting ready to go on stage, and the bathroom door opens, and it's just like a
mute your mic.
You're killing us, man. You're killing us. I can imagine. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, it's like the bathroom door opens, and it's just this big. You can smell the hairspray. Hairspray like. You didn't have to be able to see to even know. Like the door opened, you could almost like sniff. It's like, oh man. And Larry comes out and he asks Dad, "Does my hair look all right?" Yeah, man, looks great. And there he was,
Oh, you ought to write a tune about that. If you'd have just stayed on the Opry stage and stood there like a piece of the scenery, you might have got away with it.
Yeah, man, they might have made me a member if I'd have done that.
They may not have realized you were even blind,
Probably not.
I'm talking about the stage people.
Yeah. I don't know. Somebody figured it out finally. That's hilarious.
It's amazing. That's a good story there. You got to save that one. Oh,
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. John Prine, bless his heart, he just passed, but he could tell a good story too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I never laughed that hard though, long time.
And that's about the most I've ever heard you laugh.
All these other thoughts just can flip. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. Of course, there are stories we just can't tell.
Well, yeah, there's
online
those.
The best ones, maybe. But anyway,
not until after 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's a teaser now.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Well, I just got a call from my wife, and I need to go inside and take my meds. Why don't we play a couple of more numbers? And
all right.
And are you getting
you all right?
Yeah, I finally ate supper while we were going. I turned my camera off. I didn't know this was going to happen.
You never know.
Either.
This is totally unplanned, but I think I feel good vibes.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
it's things like this that just make it.
Yeah.
But y'all don't know when to end the show because you just told the talker that story you told. It's gonna be hard to beat that, y'all.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, here's a couple of more numbers, and then Monroe and Kenny Baker here from Osaka, Japan, in 1974.
Oh yeah. It's when we're back in our country, we get a lot of requests for this song. It's entitled "The Old House." Was a mansion on a hill overlooking the town. The time that you reckon were once there were beauty and
soon the old house will tumble down. When the leaf starts to fall, you know, the rain starts to drip from the tree. There's an old man who walks in the garden, and his head is bowed in memory. They said he built a mansion for the love of a woman, and they planned to be married in the fall. But oh no, we'll just in the last days of summer, and the house stood empty after all. But when the leaf starts to fall, you know, the rain starts to drip from the tree. There's an old man who walks in the garden, and his hair is bowed in memory. Yes, his hair is bowed in memory. Back in the early days of bluegrass, I used to try to come out with about one mandolin number a year. And this was a number I made a long time ago called the Bluegrass Special. We had requests for it tonight.
Woo!
Yeah.
I got a lot to say about that.
It's
Michael,
cool to hear Ralph Lewis play a guitar solo
and that was string being on the banjo, and those
on the original
downstrokes.
cut. Yeah.
Well, I believe it was there, wasn't it?
No,
Anyway,
that
who
yeah.
was that?
On the original recording it was.
Well, who was that? That wasn't Earl.
Oh no, that was Bob Black.
Oh, okay. You know your stuff.
Yeah,
Let me.
this is
That.
from Osaka, Japan,
Oh, okay.
1974. So it's
It certainly wasn't string bean. But
no, I'd
that
say-
one song should have put Bill Monroe in the bluegrass. I mean, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right.
Chuck Berry said he learned all those strokes, those downstrokes,
oh yeah,
Yep.
and then you can hear it in Chuck Berry's rock and roll.
Yep.
Maybe
Now,
like
can I go ahead?
the kickoff for Johnny B. Good, for example.
Yeah.
It's just
Now,
Monroe all the way.
I'm gonna tell you a touch. Y'all said touching things, there were people touched it. One time, Russell Moore, and I know Steve Dillon put him up to it, but I was at a show in Garner, and Russell Moore sang "Old House," dedicated to me from the stage. Well, that embarrassed me, but I loved it, and he can sing the heck out of it. The very next
Dude.
night at another venue, Russell Johnson, one of my heroes, did the same thing, dedicated to me. He got the crowd to shut up a little bit. What's that little club down from your house, John?
Oh, the tavern, Max.
Yeah,
Tavern.
yeah, and well, that's touching moments for me,
Wow.
Yeah, old house. I love that song.
Yes, sir.
And it takes voice, and both of them can sing it great.
Yeah, man.
I think Russell Moore has been nominated again for Singer of the Year.
They should just give it to him every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, man,
Then there, go ahead.
who's more consistent than that guy? I mean, it doesn't matter. He just sings great. It doesn't matter what day it is or anything.
Do you remember the old band he was in, the Southern Connection?
Yeah.
That they did one album together. That was the Scott and Curtis Vestal and Russell Moore and Mark Keller.
Russell played mandolin, right?
Yes, right. Mark
Yeah.
played guitar, and then they all went with Dolan.
Yeah.
Around the time I came to Asheville in '86, I met Mark. So he had just they had a good band going, and he was pretty sad about that. But
I bet. Whatever happened to him?
well, he's up there in Spruce Pine or Burnsville or somewhere up in that part of the mountains of North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in person, but we've had some communication on Facebook. But he's a fine player.
Now,
And
has he been in any other bands or?
he played with Larry Stevenson for a while back there,
Oh, okay.
but that was long. It was probably back in the really early '90s, I'd say.
Yeah.
But we played some duet gigs and some trio gigs there around Asheville back in the day. He's a very talented musician for sure.
Yeah.
So, let's see now. I realize we're going way way over time here. Not that we have any time constraints, but uh, let's do a. Let's see how many numbers there are left. Uh, since we have how about four songs left, can you all handle that?
Oh yeah.
Dan,
Yeah.
good. I love you all so just as nerdy as I am.
Yeah, man. I listen to this thing every week, man.
Yeah,
It's
thank you, Mike. It's
it's
good.
awesome.
I'm impressed with Mike's knowledge, man.
Oh, yeah, I told you he knows everything about every instrument. I said earlier he knows every fiddle break, but I think he probably studied all the instruments.
Yeah, I don't know everything though. I wish I
Well,
did.
you, you remember when we were on that bluegrass cruise, and
Oh
that
yeah.
in you're playing with that was in 2004, I believe.
Yeah. That's the first time I remember picking with you.
Yeah, that's
And yeah, I was playing with Dale Ann,
yeah,
and you were with Lorraine, I
yeah,
think.
exactly. And we had those great jams. Remember
Yeah, man.
at
You and me and Fletcher and
Mike
Mike
Mum.
Munford. Yeah.
Yeah, and think Troy Angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good one. Yeah, you and I would just stay up till the sun was up, and then hit the breakfast bar and go to
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. On those cruises, like I didn't really care about getting off and going, doing
No,
the excursions or whatever. I don't think Fletcher did either. I think the three of us, man, just like
yeah,
slept all day and picked all
yeah,
night.
yeah.
And ate the rest of the time.
Well, yeah, yeah.
And
There
it
is
was
that.
there was always food on that. I mean, that was just amazing how much food there was.
Anytime,
Yeah,
24/7.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Uh, well, let's just play these few. We got about
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So so let's listen in here, and then we can talk about this music a little bit more.
All right.
And this number's entitled Last Railway to Heaven. I feel like a mountain railroad with an engine that's free. You must make this run successful from the cradle to the grave. Watch the curve that's filled with tunnels. Never fall to never quit. Keep your hand upon the throttle and your eye upon the rail. Listen, Jack, you love till we reach that distant shore where the angels wait to join in a grace forevermore. you roll across the trestle, spanning Jordan's swelling tide. You'll behold the Union Depot into which your train will glide. There you'll meet the superintendent, God the Father, God the Son, with a hearty joyous party, weary pilgrims welcome home. Blessed Savior, thou wilt guide us to reach that blessed shore, where the angels wait to join us in thy praise forevermore. Where the angels wait to join us in thy praise forevermore. It's time now for Kenny Baker to play for you. So, Kenny, what'll it be?
If it's possible, I'd like to do that in Washington County.
Washington County. He's had a request for that. And what key is that in, Kenny, so everybody knows? Key of A. Get your guitar playing good, Ralph. It's in the key of A, Washington County.
Kenny was always the most popular musician in Monroe.
Yeah, I'd say.
He's like
Hey,
a
this is
rock
a
star.
random fiddle question, Jan. Do you know what kind of bow he used for all the time?
Mike,
Oh, I got you.
let's talk about that after a while.
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now we have a trio number we want to sing for you that brings in Ralph here, Randy and myself, and we'll Softly on My Heart. You say you're sorry once again. You want me to take you back once more. You say you need a helping hand, but that's what you told me once before. Walk softly on this heart of mine. Don't feel like being no one now. Any present walk softly on this heart of They say that you have found a new love. I know your heart is turned to stone. Please let me down real easy. For loneliness moves in as you move on. Walk softly on this heart of mine. Don't feel like being so unkind. Let it peace and white. Walk softly on this heart Walk softly on this heart of mine. Don't feel like being so unkind. Let it peace and white. Walk softly on this heart of mine. We hope you like that number there now. Randy, you was going to pick out some numbers. What did you pick out, please?
Pressure.
Yeah.
Randy told me that back there as though he's picking out a song for you. Let's see, how about a number called the Bluegrass Breakdown? Get that badge and get up there, boy, and let's do it. That's Bob Black for you right there. That's a good dance you got, Jenny. What do you call that?
Well, that's my peg leg dance, boy.
Your pig leg dance.
Yeah, look at that.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you for the nice hand on the Moose getting all the numbers tonight. We appreciate that a lot. Again, I want to say it's a pleasure to be in Japan. This is our first trip over here, and we have really enjoyed it. And we want to come back again sometime. We really appreciate you being interested in bluegrass music, and I see that you have a lot of our records. That's wonderful. I really appreciate that. Don't you forget though that we work on the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee. We're working on their 36th year there now. And if you're ever in our part of the country, come to the Grand Ole Opry and be with us. Come to some of the festivals over in our country. We're always glad to have you. We've had I don't know how many groups from Japan that plays bluegrass music over there, and it's really wonderful to have you over. People like the 45s, Crying Time, Lost City Cats. You're all welcome. Come see us anytime.
The 45s.
We're about a 20-minute break now.
Yeah.
And we'll be back just a little bit later on. Thank you a lot.
And that is the end of that show.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking, I've said this before, it's like Mule Skinner Blues. It's like a duet, with like a
Yeah.
vocal duet. I mean, there's the interplay is so together. I mean, Baker plays the same stuff every time, and it's like a composition or something.
It really is, man. It's like a classical piece or something.
Yeah.
And like Baker's one of those guys, and Hicks is the same way. I was thinking like both of those guys figured out, and they didn't do it all the time, but like there were a lot of songs where you would hear them play constantly, like throughout like the chorus or
Right.
throughout the song or whatever, and they would play constantly and still not conflict with the vocal,
Right. Yeah.
which is really hard to do.
Yeah. Baker, there are times when he just fiddled, like wide open in the background.
Yeah.
Mhm. I always ask people this, do you ever know of Baker ever playing chop?
No. I remember you asking Mike about that.
Yeah.
I'd never heard him
No.
chop.
I don't know if he ever
I
did.
don't know if I've ever heard Hicks chop, to tell you the truth.
No.
Does he?
Better think about that one.
No, I don't remember. To be honest with you, it's yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I never thought of Hicks, but you're right.
The U2 chop?
Maybe it's always like on the album band recordings. Maybe it's always Crow doing the
chopping. Yeah.
on the banjo. So maybe that's why it is. We're gonna close the show here. Mike, what if you both, if you would please stay or after, I'm gonna end the live broadcast, and then I wanted to
All
just
right.
ask y'all a couple of questions about a future show that I had planned.
All
But
right.
so thank you guys for being here tonight. It really meant a lot, and
Thank
we'll
you
be
for doing this.
glad to have
I
you. You know,
really
appreciate.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, we always talked about those live shows, and I've always been into it. So it's a pleasure for sure. So we'll be back next Thursday at 8 o'clock for some more music from the Rhinehart archive. So then Seth will be back in Nashville, and he'll have access to all those tapes, 200 live tapes. There's no telling what kind of stuff we're gonna find out. It's like an opening a time capsule. I always say. So
Yeah, right.
yeah. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you next Thursday.
Adios.